like your outfit. Nice.
My name is Gaurav Mariam from India.
Yeah, it's a
Nice
nice
to meet you.
outfit.
My name is Michelle.
How are you?
I'm from Saudi Arabia.
I'm great. How are you?
Imagine great, all our guests are like socialized.
Pardon?
Great event.
What do you do?
Right? I'm so excited.
Your voice is cutting off.
Hello, Omar.
can't
I
really hear.
am assuming this is Omar, and I
Who
know
are you?
this is
Is
not
this
Omar.
better now?
Sorry, it's
Yeah,
Mariam.
much better.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so
There's
look forward
This is
to
a
be.
great experience.
Yeah,
How are
it's
you?
really unique. I have to
Hi,
say.
Hilda.
Omar?
Yes, I'm
Absolutely.
Hello.
Shine.
So
Hi,
are you based
how are
in
you?
Hi, how are you? Good seeing you
Yes,
again.
I'm based in India.
Oh,
Are
seeing you
feeling
again
good?
here.
You're looking
It
at
must be
a bit greenish.
late.
I know, right? I've always
Is
been
it?
green, but I mean, people didn't realize.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
You sure stand out. I could see you from the other end. Very
Good,
glad.
good.
Yeah, green. No. All right, I'll catch you later, Michelle.
Yeah,
Catch you later.
but I've
Thanks for
always
meeting
been
you.
green,
Same here.
and hopefully I'll continue to be green.
Very nice. This is so funny. Oh, you're
I know,
Yeah,
right?
some,
It's amazing.
And how's Dubai?
This
Everything?
MK12. Who's MK12? Muhammad Kandil. Hey, Michelle. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Oh,
Nice
I'm
look.
well. I'm well. Thank
Hello,
you.
how are
Thank
you?
you. Thank you. You look.
Fine, thank you.
You almost look like
What's your name?
yourself.
Samir.
Nice to meet you.
In real life.
Hi,
My name is Marwan.
hi, Michelle. This is Mohammed.
Hi.
Say again, sorry.
nice to
Hi,
meet
nice
you.
to
My
meet
name
you.
is
I
Marwan.
need to see where
Hilda,
you're at.
how are you?
Marwan.
Oh, nice to meet you. Where are you
I'm very
from?
well, thank you.
I'm from
Discovering
Cairo,
a whole
Egypt.
new universe.
Right?
Metaverse.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm from
We actually
Australia.
walk around.
I'm one of the
Fantastic,
person on
yeah.
the
Absolutely.
panel
You
today.
should
You
walk around and
But why,
meet people.
Hilda, you are
pardon
from?
me?
You came from?
you are one of the
From Ice Cubes.
of this
From
event.
Ice Cubes, Muhammad.
You
Doctor,
attended.
With ice cubes, huh?
remember Hilda from Ice
Yeah,
Cubes?
yeah, Hilda, yes. yes.
You were actually online.
I didn't quite
Yes,
hear you.
yes, I
Hello.
remember, yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
I
there's a
remember.
lot of
Very nice.
noise.
I'll
Yeah.
add.
I'm Mohammed.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking
based
if
in
you're
Switzerland and Turkey.
100%.
in this event.
Ah,
I'm gonna
very
leave.
nice.
Alright. Very good.
Didn't quite catch
I'm one of the
that.
co
Sorry, are you a speaker
Hey,
in this
Josh.
event?
Yes. Pleasure.
That's correct. That's correct.
Pleasure to meet you. Yeah, very nice.
Okay.
Too.
okay.
Thanks.
Hey Irina,
Okay.
how are you?
Nice to meet you.
I'm good. I'm good.
You too.
Are you all
Yeah,
set?
yeah.
You're good?
Oh, very nice.
Yeah,
very
yeah,
nice.
all good.
Oh, well, nice to meet you.
Okay. Um,
Nice to meet you.
when we have our panel, there will be chairs that will appear, and I hope
Yep.
that you'll be able to just maneuver onto a chair. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Irina.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. I'm
That'll be
looking for
great.
Dr.
Okay.
Sharif.
Yeah,
See you
can
soon.
join.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, doctor.
How are you?
Janae,
Hey,
how are you
Jim.
doing?
It's Marwan.
Good, good.
What about
You're
you?
floating up in the air.
you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
How do I get down?
Fine, thank you.
I don't.
Where are you
That's
from?
happening to me. Yeah, that's it.
From
It came
Cairo,
down just
Egypt.
then.
Egypt. مرحبا. I'm from Imarat.
Well, I was sitting down, but I don't think I can hold the squat.
Hello.
For
Alan.
the next 45
Oh,
minutes.
الله يسلمك. شو اسمك؟
Is everybody else
okay.
from our
Marwan.
panel here?
مروان. مروة.
Everybody else from our panel?
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm still
Makes
looking
sense,
around. So
okay.
that's Josh.
Hello.
It's
Okay.
Josh.
This
Sorry,
is
panelist.
Can you see me pointing at him? So
The speaker or panelist?
Neil is on his
Josh.
way.
No.
Oh, there's
I'm over
Neil.
here. I'm with the
Neil.
audience actually.
Hello,
I'm
how are you?
working on
Yeah.
Wonderful.
actually a project.
How do you point your-
How you guys feeling? How's everybody this morning?
يعني ان احنا
so the-
نستعمله في بروجكت مشابه
and
تبع
Dr.
ميتافيرس
Professor
والشركه اللي انا تبعها اوريدي يعني
Rana
ما شاء الله.
الدنيا بتبقى عامله
is
ازاي
here.
يعني
So we're just waiting for Mark.
Hello,
Otherwise,
hello.
we're all
You
here.
see a lot of
Yeah.
nationalities. I'm starting to speak to a lot of people.
Good.
yeah exactly
Hello.
exactly
Anyways.
I'm a machine learning
Good.
engineer master degree
Mike's
now
here. Okay.
ناقش
alright.
الرسالة المفروض ينقذ الله
Can you hear me?
بإذن الله.
Yes, I can hear you.
Very nice, very nice.
Jamil, have you had
Yalla,
your
inshallah, we'll
coffee?
enjoy this tonight.
I've just sent you a friend request
Inshallah,
so we can
inshallah.
Inshallah.
talk.
Take
We
care.
can talk until you're a friend.
Thank you. هل في سين دكتور شريف؟
Hello, sorry, who is...
I have no idea what.
Me too.
If you
Okay.
Just I think she go to the middle and shout, Dr. Sharif, where are you?
but if you point at someone,
Shouting in the middle.
their
Okay.
name appears,
Hey Josh, I can see your mouth moving,
and then
but are you saying anything?
you have.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello? Hey, now I can hear you. How are you doing this morning?
And I'm just going
Yeah,
along
good, good. How are you?
Good,
just
good.
lovely week.
Yes.
Are you in the actual?
You a veteran of these types of metaverse
Can you
events?
No, I'm not actually. I'm
So I'm
currently
going to do that
trying
while
to
I'm giving my-
figure out. Headset's not letting me connect for some reason, so I'm on desktop.
It's interesting being actually immersive
Ah,
experience.
that's not good.
What about yourself?
I'll let you sort it out instead of pestering.
All good,
No,
all good.
first time as well.
First time.
I'm still waiting for
Are you in a headset or you on
I'll talk to you soon.
desktop?
I am. I've got the Oculus,
Okay.
the Oculus headset.
Oh, nice.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm on Oculus too. It's just giving me a bit of grief trying to
Looking good, Marwa.
log in with Microsoft.
Is this some of you? That's the compliment of my design.
Whereabouts are you based?
Probably that little technical. I'm down here
Why did you choose
in Melbourne.
ask her that question?
Oh, nice.
Very...
Where about you? You're up in
Uh, I'm usually in
My
Gold
eyes are
Coast.
green.
I'm currently in Paraguay.
I'm into green and...
A little bit far away.
What are you doing in
Green
Paraguay,
energy.
man?
Uh,
What are you doing in Paraguay?
SDG goals.
my partner's from Paraguay, so I'm here for a little while, and we have a project here around sustainable Bitcoin mining as well.
Nice. I used to year down in Italy, and I throughout almost all of South America, with the exception of Paraguay.
It's me too. Prior to having a Paraguayan girlfriend, but it's actually a really nice place.
Where are you from?
I've heard great things about it.
Technically, I'm...
Yeah,
Looks like a really good little country.
great, very, very livable.
How long are you there for?
I'll be here until at least September.
Good.
But yeah, likely be based out of here.
How's your Spanish?
Yeah, más o menos.
You
do?
see. Well, mine's pretty rough. You know, it's I'm originally from the States, and I would bump into people to practice my Spanish with all the times, but a bit more challenging here.
It was such a pleasure.
You look for 'em.
Much more challenging in Australia, that's for sure.
Inshallah, inshallah.
Whereabouts in the States were you from?
Chicago?
Chicago, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Uh,
How long have you been in Australia for?
15 years.
Hello?
Oh wow, long time.
Yeah, came over as part of a transfer with work.
Yeah.
Two small children at the time. Then when they got into school, nobody really told us that it gets much harder to sort of relocate once your kids are in a really good school, making friends, and you're in a good community. All things being equal, like I said, we made a conscious decision to stay here. I think it's definitely the right one.
Yeah, it's not a bad place, Australia, to be honest.
Hi.
You could be a lot worse places.
Most
Well,
definitely.
It's kind of funny. I tell people it's so fun. No, I tell people, you know, the long flight, you expect it much more than any sort of different.
How do you like it so far? So it's really interesting. Like this whole meeting.
Are you ready for the panel?
Insane.
Yeah, fairly well. I'm gonna have to do it through desktop because it keeps telling me the codes are working on.
It removes the
headset,
awkwardness
that's
of
okay.
like real life interaction. Yeah.
Next time we'll have to do the proper.
And version 2, it's like a different formula. You have a different avatars.
Is there a setting to turn all the
coming.
background?
It's coming. Yeah. Yeah.
So I didn't quite hear what you said. To do what?
Yeah.
That's the reason.
To the
To turn the background. All I can hear is everybody else.
Now. It's nice, it's there. Yeah, but
I'm
it's
not
not like
sure.
that.
I think that's
It's amazing.
Yeah,
You go through the
controller.
I actually feel like I'm going
You haven't
through
tried it?
walking through.
Takes care of all of that. I think that's a setting that they have to.
Gotcha. So I might have to wait there.
Not get the feedback.
It's like it's a must. To experience the whole thing. Next time, do that. All right.
Okay, take a selfie.
Yeah, I'm with the team here. And yeah, not all of us. It's just like
Jim, are you wearing blue?
They're living there. I came actually to see my daughter and to see the
Where are you?
I am to be part of to meet Jim Green and
Oh, you are? I'm the green guy.
I checked my top from yesterday because they also did all the bulletin boards. Is that you, Joseph?
So what can we do? So
This is
it's amazing when you start digging in. You can do tremendous amount of things.
This is Jim flying.
Yeah.
This is... Yes?
We want both settings in our
Hilda, that's Hilda.
metaverse and
Hilda, is that you?
I'm Hilda!
It's Susie.
Hey!
seen in the same room.
Good to see you here!
Yeah, this is wow.
This is interesting.
Hey, Javi, is that you? Yeah, it is.
It happens.
Sorry, I'm gonna move location.
Kryptonian, who's Kryptonian?
لا مش أعلم بس.
Samar.
That's Omar.
Omar.
Your support and your engagement with this means a lot to me.
That's Noor. How are you, man?
Yeah, I know, man. Tried to talk to you yesterday, but I couldn't.
Sorry. I think I actually, as I'm actually...
Yeah.
I think I hit...
Yeah.
Like, keep it up.
I hit Tara as I'm actually extending my hand.
At least we are working together.
Yeah.
That's the most important. Yalla, I'll see you around.
I can't find you in the space, Tara, by the way. Where are you?
Kareem, is that you?
Hey, hello Aisha.
You're behind.
Hi. Hi there.
How are you doing?
This is Jim Green.
Is Wasim here?
Yeah, I don't see him here yet. Yeah.
How are you, Sam? Also, Dr. Sheep is not around.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So, what's happening here at Gulf Game?
It's an event about the space. Just have a seat and try to listen to the instructors. See, we have different doctors everywhere. Professors, you can try to get it. The event didn't start yet. Just have a seat and you will enjoy.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, Helmi.
Making you smile.
Hello, Helmi. Come and sit behind. Can you hear me? Hi, I just wanted to drop by and say best of
So
luck
how
for
is
the
Mauro?
event. I hope
All
your
okay?
presentation and all of your hosting goes great.
Keeping busy.
What shall I do now?
I can imagine.
I'm unable to hear you.
Today there was some interesting
Can
news.
you hear me now?
I think Axiom Space
Yeah,
is
I can hear you
another
much better now.
agency.
Much
They
better.
have won a contract
Okay, so
to do
what
the
shall
next
I do now?
generation spaceships.
Yeah.
the
I've seen
next
it.
step.
They actually won a number of contracts
Yes,
of these last goals.
Hi.
Hello.
that's nice.
Hey. Yep. Who is this?
Okay.
Mike Ackerman from New York.
I can see they don't keep too
Oh,
much
it's
the
good to
time
meet
here.
you. How are you? Let me see what. I'm Mariam. I'm a part of the Metavisionaries team, and I'm just here facilitating everyone and hosting the events. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Hello. Good to have you here. Enjoy your time.
My pleasure.
To meet you. I'm Hilda. Nice to meet you.
I am one of the developers.
Oh,
My
nice
name
to
is
meet you.
Mohammed.
Same
Very
here.
nice to meet you, Mohammed.
I
Did you
like.
like the Orlick so far?
This is such a wonderful experience.
Well, I tried.
So funny.
Really happy to hear that.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
I am living in Qatar, but I'm originally from Palestine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic.
Are you part of any panel? Right? Or
No,
are
I'm
you
not
just
part of the panel. I'm
attending?
just attending. Yes. Yes.
Okay,
With my-
wonderful. So, okay, yes. Oh, wonderful. So I guess you're gonna sit back and enjoy the event.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. Sorry?
Are you part of a panel?
Yeah, I'm gonna deliver the keynote speech and then be on the first panel with Irene.
Okay, fantastic. And what do you do for yourself?
I'm a dean of the
Hi,
College of
how are you?
Business and Economics at Qatar University.
Hey, good. How are you?
Fantastic.
I'm great, thank you. I love your dreadlocks.
In education.
Thanks. I can only get
Sorry?
away with them in the metaverse.
I said I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much.
Whereabouts are you from?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm from Dubai. How about yourself?
Okay, enjoy the event.
Nice.
Yes,
Originally
thank you.
Australia, but I'm currently in
around.
Paraguay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, nice. How's the weather there?
It's a little bit cold now, actually. Maybe about 18 degrees centigrade.
Okay.
Hello, Rana.
That's nice. That's oh, 33.
33. Ah, nice.
We're behind
Yeah, I
you.
was in Dubai in April. But it was,
So the bad weather is getting worse here.
is it? It's supposed to be getting warmer now, right?
Yes. So hopefully we're reaching 40 to 40.
Ooh. Too hot.
Okay, the table is coming, I see.
Is the city
And the
still?
chairs.
Is it busy now?
Oh, so busy. When has Dubai never
Okay.
been busy?
Hello, Sana.
Yeah, it was strange. I was there in February as well, but there seems to be a lot of empty buildings around Business Bay.
There
Nice
was,
to meet you,
but
Sana.
back there right now, most of them are occupied.
Oh wow! Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so it's good news for us.
Yeah, 100%.
I am Gaurav.
And what do you do in Dubai?
Excited. So I'll be on the panel and I think I'll explain more about that.
Oh, great.
I'm from India.
So yeah, what about yourself?
So I work in microphilanthropy around Web3. So
Can you
I'm
hear me
at
now?
the Unicenter at Griffith.
Much better.
We have a platform called Little Phil, short for Little Philanthropist, fixing the charity industry, trust, transparency, sustainability, using Web3 technologies, and I also teach digital innovation at Griffith University.
Very interesting.
Oh,
I think we'll get along really well.
Great.
دقيقة ايه رايك بقى؟ ايه رايك؟
كلام كبير والله.
كلام كبير كبير. علي الصوت اللي عندك.
والله نتكلم في الفضاء احنا.
بيت الوقت we're in a different space ها؟
Yeah, how are you?
والله تمام. فينك؟ مين معايا؟
انا وراك اهو. انا محمد سعد، انا الدكتور محمد. ازيك؟ ايه ده؟ ايه ده؟
انت فين رحت؟
ده حلمي؟ دكتور حلمي
دكتور
فاكرني يا حلمي؟
غيرونا.
لا
رحت
مين
فين؟
معايا مصر.
دكتور
انا رحت فين؟
دكتور محمد.
ايوه انا اهو.
مش عارف.
انا اجي لك اهو.
مش واقف،
انا
مش
جيت
عارف
لك اهو.
فينك انت.
انا جيت لك اهو. نعم.
غيروا السيستم عشان
لازم نعدي من حواليها.
مريم. راديو مريم.
انا حلمي. فاكرني؟
No, Maria. It's different than Mariam. There's a Mariam inside and Maria outside.
سعد تاج الدين. فاكر زمان بنتك معانا في الكامب.
Who's looking for me? Mariam is here.
طبعا انا
دكتور. دكتور.
الله يكرمك.
يا حبيب قلبي.
اهلا بيك. اهلا حبيبي. ازيك يا ايهاب؟
فينك؟
انا اهو.
عامل ايه؟
انت تقدر تعدي لان انتوا البانل اللي تقدروا تعدوا من
ايه
البانل.
رايك اعمل الشغل ده كله؟ انا اعمل لك الشغل ده. لبس ازرق وحركات.
Likewise.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله.
يلا
شوف نحن wherever anywhere in the world we can get.
انت تعرف دكتور حلمي كان بنته معانا في الكامب. كان بنت زمان. ايوه تمام. نعم.
That's one way to see it.
ايوه تمام.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله.
هو جيت لنا.
هلو عمر.
ميتافيرس. الحمد لله.
ازيك؟ عامل ايه؟
اي والله صحيح. ايوه بالظبط. ايوه
يلا انا هسيبكم عشان اجهز.
يلا روح تفنش. يلا باذن الله.
يا وسيم.
يلا يبقى نشوفك يا حبيبي ان شاء الله. تشرفنا ان شاء الله.
وسيم. You're back. You always like that, huh? You disappear on me again? Yeah, I'm okay. I just want to make sure that you're here. Okay. Yeah. Hold my back. Yeah.
هذا اللي هو الكلام.
اي والله. لا احنا اصلا 3D.
I have all of
3D technology 3D printing.
I have all of this.
والاي اي وكده. بعدين دخلنا على
They call me all kind of things. But I have someone who's older than me.
Hi, Sana.
One of my
Sana?
is like 6-year-old, and he say, "Do you like my father?" I said, "Okay."
Hi, can you hear me?
You're like,
Now I
I feel like
can.
my laptop is dying on me, so I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Sister, yes. No,
Alright.
I have.
All right. Maybe this is
I
too
had
close.
someone who is.
I can see you. I can see you.
All right.
Wait, how
Hi,
do you
Sana.
see
How
me?
are you?
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
You're almost stepping on
Sorry, I
me.
didn't see my real hands. Wait, let me see. 1 second.
Yeah, I can see your dress. I mean, your outfit. I like the matching of the colors.
I like the choice of green that you chose for yourself.
Say that again.
Hey, Mariam.
How do I accept requests? 1 second, let me check.
I can hardly hear you, Sana. Can you hear me?
Who is speaking? Who is speaking?
Aisha, can you hear me?
How do I
People
feed
taking
myself?
seats?
How do I feed myself?
Can you
How
hear
do you see yourself? You can actually take a selfie of yourself. You see that you know those bars, the menu.
Post in the connect. How do you?
There's the emoji, there's the
Okay,
volume,
you just go to.
there's the mute.
You just follow
right?
me. Just go to any
You know where the
chair
mute is?
and I will tell you if you're seated. Just
Huh?
follow me. Just go to any chair. I'll come. I'll come
I'll
after
just
you.
unmute my.
Okay, if you look at where the mute is,
Yeah. Okay. Come here.
fourth one to the right.
Okay.
Going down, going clockwise.
Just go on the chair.
The fourth
I will tell
icon.
you to
That's selfie.
keep going. Keep going. My stuff is just giving hard time.
Did you get it?
Okay, just go in. There's a lot of empty seats.
في الايفنت بتاع النهارده ولا لسه لا؟
Hello? Hey!
لا لا جنب بس يا لك حلو قوي بتاع
Hey, Angelique.
خش هنا.
I'm gonna stay in my seat.
Yeah, me too.
Alright. عمر.
ايه الاخبار؟
حبيبي.
Am I able to see myself without the
when are
selfie
you gonna
mode?
send me the details on Peru, man?
صح.
شايفه خالص.
بعتها لك بعتها لك بعد الايفنت على طول.
بعتها لي بعد الميتافيرس بعد اللانش.
مش شايف شريف.
I'll send it.
عبده
هو وسيم فين اصلا مش لاقيه.
Wasim is right there. Wasim?
Noor.
Yes, Habibi. Omar is looking for you.
Where is he?
He's right there.
I'm behind you.
No, behind you, right there. That's him.
Is that Omar?
Yeah, it is.
Hey man.
We made it. Give me some love here.
Yeah. This one, man. Your name doesn't say Wasim, that's why I was thrown off.
What does it say?
MSL.
MSL and a bunch of numbers.
Oh, Dr. Mohammed, where are you?
Yeah, I'm coming to you.
MashaAllah, there you are.
Tony?
Sid, where's...
Yeah,
Where
هو
is
دكتور
Wasim?
شريف
I
جه
can't find him.
وبيقول ان هو حاضر.
Oh, Lennox!
Change it.
Hey, Lennox!
Change it as well.
واظن مختار نيك نيم.
Lennox, can you hear me?
Hello, Ihab. How are you?
Where are you?
Hey, Lennox, hi.
انا شفت
Hello, Maryam.
البنت كانت عامله هنا في الشباب.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
That's loud.
So emotional because all of this
Yeah, we can.
launch.
Perfect.
It's very overwhelming and emotional. Yes.
Hello.
I gonna cry when it's overwhelming. No, all of these. No,
I know, right?
Oh, it's just
This is a good medium.
help with everything. To be honest, yeah.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Is Wasim?
Yeah.
Yes, I do hear you now.
Yeah. So
Is Bo, are you there? I can see Bo,
just see.
but I don't know if it's is it.
All right, I'll do that right now.
Hey,
Kryptonian? Kryptonian?
yes, hey doctor. Yes.
Hi, this is Mohammed.
How are you?
I couldn't change my name. I don't know.
M tag, yeah.
Yeah.
الوحيد اللي
Nice to have you.
Nice to have you here.
يلا وين؟ يلا good luck today إن شاء الله.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Very good. Very good work.
Okay, so are we ready? What are we waiting for?
على هو على طريق بس.
Yeah, I think we should start now.
صح؟
Mariam?
انا فاهم.
Mariam?
Yeah. Can't see you. Yeah, here you are. Yeah. Yeah, so Helmi is just going to take over the stage and we're going to mute all the participants so that there's no noise and we're starting. So just everybody get seated. You can also find a seat and we can leave the floor empty now.
Fantastic. Where's the hub? Are you behind me?
Oh.
Okay, so you're going to come out first. Who's this?
So, hi.
I'm Wasim. Who's this?
And Helmi. doesn't it
How are you?
doesn't it
Sana.
show? Doesn't it
Sana,
name doesn't show?
do you hear me, Sana?
No, I couldn't see it. Now I can see it.
I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Okay.
Assalamu
Yeah.
alaikum.
Do you see me? I'm
shall
Dr.
we,
Mohammed.
you wanna start?
I'm coming to you, okay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mariam. I did.
Oh, everyone, can everyone hear me? I hope. Okay. Welcome everyone to the Metavisionaries world in metaverse space. Very, very, very interesting and in a good way. I love how everyone picked their avatar. Actually, I look much better in real life, back and everything. But this is the best I can do in avatar. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you everyone for attending and learning about this new technology, and the future is right now happening here. How exciting is it to be here? See all of you in the form of avatars. The human race is at an evolutionary turning point. The world might be at the most confusing moment of human history. Thousands of years. This is the first time this evolution is happening so fast. An old system is crumbling and a new one needs to be built. Prospect is both exciting and thoroughly frightening. Civilization needs to go through a phase of transition. To borrow from physics, as significant as the shift from hunter gatherer to farmer and the birth of the first cities in Mesopotamia. Sorry if I said that wrong. 10,000 years ago or earlier, if Plato was right about Atlantis. Futurists predict that more progress might be made in the next decade or two than the past few hundred years, and even perhaps several thousand years. A wave of exponential technologies will revolutionize every facet of our lives, and the world of 2030 is going to be very, very different from today. In addition, political and societal tsunamis of change are upon us. Our old institutions are no longer capable of functioning in the emerging new world. Big existential threats like climate change and ecological crisis will challenge humanity to its core. What happens next? What will happen in another 5, 10, or even 20 years? What will the future hold for us as humans? These are essential questions for our moment in history. And here comes the visionaries. Working with leaders, artists, influencers, educators, health specialists, human rights, and renewable energy advocates to create the platform where all people can contribute their ideas, ideologies, beliefs, and views in co creating the techno futures and becoming the force for change in the world. So let the quest for vision begin. welcome visionary, social entrepreneur, and co-founder of Metavisionaries. He's the nicest person, planet Earth. I don't know about the rest of the space. Please welcome Mr. Ihab Samanoudi.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. From and within the Meta Visionary spaceship. Welcome. I am so proud seeing everyone here. Every Meta Visionary person who supported this program and made it happen. Every engineers, every designer, every musician, every artist, every teacher, scientist, space scientist, doctor, medical, every support I got here for everybody who made this happen. I cannot explain my feeling today. You brought me happiness. I hope I did the same. I hope everybody did the same for everybody. And that's what we're talking about. Changing the world, creating a new world, and breaking these barriers. As soon as I dropped here, I was thinking what to say. But after I saw all of this, just my heart opened, my mind was blown. And I'm seeing our world together here. If everybody is seeing this world, we can think together in one world. One world. Our beautiful blue dot that everybody loves, everybody care about. You don't see it down there. But when we're here, we can really think together and we can visualize the future together. Everybody have a dream. Everybody had a vision. And together we brought our vision with a laser compounded light that can reach somewhere. We can see what type of problems available there. We had experience some people who lived in space, came from space, follow space, and understand what's happening on Earth. I was listening to stories I never heard before in my life, not in our school, not on our university, not anywhere. As a visionary, you are not a character, you're an attitude. You have hope, optimism, resilience. You are really visionary. You look at the future and you bring it to the present here, and we work together to achieve it. I love you all. And this is the spirit that we would like to do. We'd like to create affinity to the world, to love their world. I want to thank you very much for being here. I want to thank Wasim and my co-founder, Dr. Muhammad, and everybody else who was part of the Dr. Tara, Jim, everybody. Where we can go from there? I would like you to ask yourself this question. How can we connect the younger generation to our world, the older generation to understand the younger generation, have a vision too. And we have to appreciate their vision. We have to learn from them. They're learning faster than us. They're teaching us. But we don't want to listen. I couldn't listen to my children. I'm sure everyone here had the same issues. But now we're listening. We are avatar. Can you imagine? We are in their game. We can be part of their life. How connected is this? I showed that to my mother. She was with us. It's amazing. How about that, guys? I appreciate everybody who supported this program, the sponsors, the people who worked behind the scene that we did not really see them, but really made this happen, available to them. I can feel every one of you. I can feel your heartbeat. Even if you cannot listen to it, I have a feeling of it. Wish you all the best, and thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing, and thank you for being with us here. And Wasim, please introduce the rest of the program to everyone, and everyone would like to hear from you. Yes? Ambassadors, where are you? Hey, finally, need a hug. Yeah, come close. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the love I'm talking about. Show everybody, raise your hand. Raise your hand, everybody. Yes.
Dr. Mohammed, where are you?
Yes. Dr. Muhammad, thank you very much.
All right.
All right. Oh, come in, and I should leave.
Oh, you can stay with me. This is amazing.
Okay.
I think that's Dr. Rana. So that's amazing. Fantastic. So first of all, thank you, everybody. Ehab, thank you so much for those words. And I knew you'd find your words when you experience this. I just want to say everything we're talking about now, what we're trying to do, it's all a reflection, as Helmi earlier pointed on, how the world is changing. We are experiencing a rate of change which is exponential. It's rapid, and speed seems to be one of the defining factors of this next decade. We know the rate of change, and I've said this often, is going to be 4x by 2040. 3 months are going to be equivalent to our 3 decades. So, what does that mean for us? What does it mean for all of us? How do we navigate that? Now, traditionally, we would turn to each other, maybe learning. But we know that the learning system is 100 years old. And if it's 100 years old, how are we going to navigate this decade? On top of that, if you've ever worked in retail and you worked on the same job for 10 years, COVID came and you lost your job. Not only did you lose your job, we've said, by the way, there's no equivalent job to it. You're a single mother with 2 kids and a mortgage. And not only has that job gone, we're telling you, by the way, for you to actually get any work, you're going to have to reskill and retrain. And that's scary for anybody. On top of that, let's talk about access. We're very fortunate in terms of where we're born. Imagine if you're born in a place where all your life is determined by just putting food on the table, and you have no way of reaching your maximum potential and contributing because you're just paying your bills or trying to raise your kids. So, what does that mean for all of us? Why should we even care? Well, have a look at that earth right now. When you look at it, there's no borders, there's no friction. Yet the problems we're going to face over the next decade are going to be permanent. If a flood comes, it's not going to decide whether it comes for one person, regardless of creed, faith, ethnicity, or color. And when I look at that and I think, why are we not collaborating indiscriminately? And that's why the Metavisionaries was formed. And there's numerous stories I can share, and I just want to tell you 2 or 3 things. One of the reasons I'm standing here today is because of someone who I have a lot of respect for. That's Dr. Tara Rutley. She never met me, yet she stuck by me a year and a half, supporting me in all my endeavors, regardless of where they went or they didn't went. Jim Green, who's also here, another phenomenal human being, someone who stuck with me regardless, joined our clubhouse events and listened to my taste in music, although I think it was pretty good, but there you go. And the people you have standing next to me. This gentleman who just spoke, Ehab, we met in one of our consultation rooms in one of our pharmacies. He walked in, unfortunately for him, and he told me, "Wasim, I'm retired." And we talked and we talked, and those walks led us to connect with Dr. Mohammed. And between the 3 of us, we sat down and we were like, what is it that we want to achieve? What is it that we want to do? And those conversations led to this. Metavisionaries is about bringing together visionaries and change makers globally together, helping people navigate frontier technologies and making sure that they have the resources so that the majority can thrive. We're really looking forward to using the metaverse as a way to help prevent people without access to have access. Today, a clinician can work with a musician. If you have dementia, music can play a role in helping cognitive decline. If you have cancer, we could use gaming as an alternative on really bad days to utilizing morphine. Most importantly, the Metavisionaries is bringing the stars literally to the masses. I firmly believe that when we're outside looking at that blue dot, looking at that beautiful earth, we all realize that we're all the same. And this is why bringing space curricula, space technology to the masses is absolutely essential for this generation. And with that, I'm really looking forward to this event. I'm really looking forward to all of you have joined us from around the world. Some of you, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Some of you, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. All of you, thank you so much. Lovely to have you here. Looking forward to building this collaboration. Let's do this together. Let's collaborate indiscriminately. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Great. I'm still learning this. This is amazing. Thank you, Wasim, and thank you, Ahab, for a great speech. And this is still out of this world, literally, and in such an experience. Looking to 2050 and beyond, Metavisionaries is building Meta-Eduversity, a university of the future, which strives to reimagine how knowledge and learning can shape the future of humanity and the whole planet. Knowledge and learning are humanity's greatest renewable resources for responding to challenges and inventing alternatives. Education does more than respond to a changing world. Education transforms the world. Please welcome Professor Rana Sobh, Dean of the College of Business and Economics at Qatar University, to share her vision on the future of education. Floor is yours.
Marketing and Dean of the College of Business and Economics at Qatar University. Qatar University is Qatar's national leading university. And for those of you who are not sure where Qatar is located on the world map, Qatar is an Arab Gulf country neighboring Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. And if you are into football, you would certainly know that Qatar is organizing the 2022 FIFA World Cup, which will take place in the coming November. To host the event, 8 new amazing stadiums have been built. One of my favorites is Al Bayt Stadium. I particularly like it because the architecture is inspired by the local environment and culture. And the stadium, as you can see, is covered by a giant tent structure. A quick overview of my talk. I simply argue that the biggest challenges that face the education industry are responsiveness, scale, and access. In other words, the real challenge in education is to remain relevant. Allow me to explain. After this, let us look at the overall picture. We are dealing with a new generation of students, Gen Z, who are graduating into new labor market that is rapidly evolving and constantly challenged by automation and frontline technologies. Inevitably, this generation has to live in a very dynamic environment that is increasingly unpredictable and unstable. they have to cope with all sorts of crises. Not only that, we expect them to solve those big and complex challenges our generation has created, from climate change to pandemics, unsustainability, and lack of equity, to name a few. So the question that begs an answer, and that we should ask ourselves as educators, are we really preparing them for this? Are we doing them justice? Well, the interesting thing is that the recent pandemic has revealed cracks in the foundations of the education system and higher institutions' business models. There's no question, if we continue to approach education the same way, do not revisit our purpose, curricula, and pedagogies, we would be certainly preparing this generation for a world that no longer exists. Let us look at the workplace. Lifetime learning is now the norm. We can no longer view learning in three phases: school, work, or a job for life, and then retire. This is no longer applicable. And I have to say, in our culture, it's school, work, marriage, and then retire. So this is no longer applicable. Young people are now more likely to move from one career to another, from one job to another, start a business and then go back to being an employee or the other way around, which requires constant upskilling and reskilling. And the education sector has to adapt to this new reality. For instance, there's an increasing need for micro-credentials or customized education, or education à la carte, as we call it, where learners build their own learning pathways to jobs. We are likely to see more of an Uber-like business model for education in the next decades. And Web3 is definitely going to accelerate this shift. Well, the other thing is that the pandemic has also normalized remote work, which requires a new set of skills to ensure productivity and remain fully aligned within a remote work environment. Remote work also means that graduates in a country are competing globally, which intensifies competition and underscores the need to better equip and prepare our graduates for entry-level jobs and teach them how to constantly reinvent themselves. Well, the other important factor we need to keep in mind, probably the most important one, is that we are dealing with a different generation of students who have different learning preferences and characteristics than us. Digitals, or them also Gen Z. Digitals because they recognize very little distinction between the online world and the physical world. They are tech savvy and value technology almost as highly as they value their freedom. They have a shorter span of attention and need to always be stimulated to remain engaged. They need instant gratification because they are used to receive it on social media and games, likes, comments, thumbs up, scores. They need to constantly have fun. They need to enjoy everything they do. This is why learning through games or gamification is becoming a trend in higher education. They also value convenience and flexibility, and they look for customized solutions. They like to customize everything from shoes to hats to t-shirts, including how they learn. They want to have the choice to learn from home or from campus. They want to build their own degrees. They want to choose what courses to take and topics to study. They want to have a say on how to study and what projects to get involved in. Hence, student-centeredness is becoming a must. Okay, so amid all this, how should we adjust as educators? It goes without saying that the complex problems that we have to confront in the next decades are increasingly global, complex and multi-layered. In fact, every one of today's students, whether studying in Qatar or in the US or in Africa, is living in a globally interdependent world. So it is very important to create an interconnected community of learners and change agents. Therefore, preparing the next generation of leaders to thrive requires creating the foundations for resilience, interdisciplinarity, collaboration, flexibility, and innovation. I mentioned earlier that the workplace will be increasingly competitive and that our graduates will be competing globally. Let me add something. They will be increasingly competing with AI, artificial intelligence, and robots. So we need to focus on what would differentiate us from machines, which is simply being human. In other words, we need to build the human in the generations to come, connect again with who we are and never lose sight of the purpose of life, why Allah has created us. We need to instill values and build character. We need to focus on morality, grow wisdom, and raise well-being. If the past few years have taught us anything, it is that we need to be more compassionate and care about each other and about the community and the planet we live in. As educational leaders and visionaries, we need to join forces and respond by reshaping education, build global resilience, and prepare generations capable of creating a sustainable future and a better world for us. This is the real value of education. In fact, in the recent 2021 report, UNESCO called for renewed solidarity and cooperation to support education as a public and a common good. And thanks to technological breakthroughs such as Web3, we can make this happen. This technology will play an ever increasing role in education in the next few decades. In particular, educational metaverse is a powerful enabler that must be used to democratize and decentralize learning and provide meaningful opportunities for inclusive learning. Qatar University is excited to partner with Metavisionaries to bring space to curricular and provide meaningful and immersive learning opportunities to our students. As the national leading university in Qatar and top ranked in the region, we should take the lead in pushing boundaries and keep reinventing our purpose, curricula, and pedagogies to remain relevant and make an impact. Few decades from now, when the history about the educational metaverse is written, we would like to be cited as one of the pioneering universities. Higher education institutions need to act, and the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rana, for your insights and wisdom. And as we continue the conversation about the future of education, I would like to invite the stage Dr. Irina Yashin Shaw, founder and CEO of the Global Entrepreneurs Institute. And all the participants of the panel discussion, take their seats, please, at the stage. Emerging and frontier technologies, new global priorities and challenges, change are all radically transforming why, what, where, when, and how we learn. Education, whether in schools, higher education, or the workplace, is undergoing disruption on a global scale. This esteemed panel explores a variety of perspectives about the future of education and how it may be reimagined for the new world. Dr. Irina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. This feels very strange. And I have my notes here, and I want to thank Abdo for everything he has done. I'm just going to stand outside the circle for a moment as I just say a few words before we begin the panel discussion. So, as you heard in the introduction, I am the founder and the CEO of the Global Entrepreneurs Institute. And we are so deeply honoured to be part of this incredible historic occasion today. And we're very excited about collaborating with Metavisionaries and Metaediversity for the common good of helping to shape the future of education and
Dr.
well-being
Irina,
in a
excuse me 1 second. Can you put yourself on megaphone, please?
on
So
megaphone.
that everybody can hear you in a better way.
Okay, how do I do that? I thought that
You will find host tools in the lower right corner, host tools. click on it,
Yes.
and then amplify my voice.
Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'll just pick up my notes again. Thank you. It's a steep learning curve for all of us, so thank you for your patience, everyone. So as I was saying, that we're very excited about being able to be part of this venture to shape the future of education and work in a way that's going to nurture all of humanity and humans, as we heard Dr. Rana talk about, and our organizations and our planet. So the incredible human ability for creativity and imagination and problem solving is needed today more than ever before. And we can collectively use emerging technologies to harness that capacity to create a sustainable and equitable future in which we can all thrive. So I've dedicated my professional life to the liberation of human potential through education and opportunity. And my work these days really focuses on developing and harnessing the underutilized entrepreneurial talent within workplaces. And, you know, there's no shortage of that talent. But the reality is that most organizations are just not sufficiently tapping into that most valuable of all resources. So my message is really for organizations of all denominations and dimensions, which is to find and support and develop intrapreneurs, those incredibly valuable people who bring their enterprising spirit and their entrepreneurial mindset and talent to their work. And in a time of unprecedented disruption and uncertainty, intrapreneurs are essential because they are the ambitious and passionate people who want to drive positive change and innovation. And so these are the people who will spot the opportunities, who will take action, who will problem solve to create value for the organization and its ecosystem, and indeed society in general. And it can be about small initiatives whose benefits accumulate over time, right through to big disruptive innovation that can transform an entire industry. And any organization that embraces its intrapreneurs will have a constant stream of innovative ideas and initiatives to ensure that they are robust and relevant and ready for the future. And the bonus is that such organizations will also have an energized and engaged, fulfilled, purpose-driven, problem-solving workforce that will attract even more people who want to make a difference. But for this to happen, then organizations and leaders around the world need to invest in turning their employees into intrapreneurs by providing quality workplace learning and upskilling for their people at scale. And they need to do this as a critical strategic imperative and not just an optional extra. And those that do will thrive, and those that do not will struggle. And so educational entities such as Metavisionaries and the Global Entrepreneurs Institute have an important and key role to play in this mass transformation that will literally birth the workforce of the future. I'm just trying to get my notes from the table here. Oh. Ah. Where did it go?
Try the other one on the table. There is a backup one.
It's just going through my emojis. That's why it's not managing to get there. It's okay. I don't think I need them. I don't know why those. Oh, there we go.
Take your time. It's okay.
Okay. Like there's multiple layers of things looking at me. All right, so we're all good. Here we are. I don't think there's a seat for me, so I shall just stand here and introduce our panel. So I've already touched on the future of workplace education in my brief introduction to entrepreneurialism. But we also have this incredibly esteemed panel who will bring a variety of perspectives about the future of education. And in this order, we're going to hear from Professor Rana, who we heard from a moment ago. Oh, I have a seat now, I've just been told. All right, I will find it in just a moment after I've introduced the panel. And then we have Jim Schumann from Australia, founder of First Pivot, in this order that they will speak, and then Professor Mike Ackerman, Professor of Clinical Nursing at Ohio State, and Josh Murchie, Fellow from Griffith University at Eunice Centre for Social Impact, and Samil Dioji, who's actually a student. We needed to hear the student voice in all of this. So to start with, I would like to address Professor Rana and say, Professor Rana, you are known for being a strong advocate for integrating entrepreneurial education into curricula. In your presentation at the annual meeting of the American Association of Colleges and Universities, which was held in Washington earlier this year, you called on higher education institutions to develop students' entrepreneurial thinking in order to prepare graduates for the challenges of life in the 21st century and to prepare the next generation of change makers. So I'd like to hand over to Professor Rana now. Why entrepreneurship and how can it help? Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irene. Actually, you explained it beautifully in your introduction when we tried to explain what do we mean by entrepreneurship. But let me reiterate, for most people, being entrepreneurial is simply starting a business, which is obviously one of the possible manifestations of having entrepreneurial thinking or mindset. But what I mean is that to survive and thrive in the 21st century, our graduates need to think like entrepreneurs, If we think about it and step back, entrepreneurs do not create businesses, they solve problems, right?
Yes.
So basically being entrepreneurial means having the ability to come up with innovative solutions, as you talked about earlier, to existing problems in a variety of contexts. They have the ability to turn challenges into opportunities, the ability to add value to the world, whether economic, but also social and cultural. Entrepreneurs are creative and challenge conventional thinking. They see connections and opportunities where others don't. They are adaptive, resilient, they are collaborative, and understand the value of the team. They are inspiring and can advocate for ideas. Aren't these the traits and attributes we need to cultivate among this generation and that are particularly relevant and a must to acquire given today's unpredictable and challenging environment? Let me tell you why this is increasingly a must. I mentioned earlier in my keynote speech that lifetime learning is now the norm and that people are moving from one career to another, from one job to another, and that this requires constant upskilling and reskilling. And requires also flexibility and agility. So basically, this generation needs to constantly reinvent themselves. Having an entrepreneurial mindset will allow them to quickly recognize the challenges at play and reinvent themselves accordingly to create their own opportunities. So this is one thing, and this is very important. The second reason why having an entrepreneurial mindset or entrepreneurial thinking is very important, and why we need this generation to think like entrepreneurs, is because the world is completely messed up. It's full of complex, big challenges that need to be solved. Climate change, unsustainability, pandemics, poverty, and lack of equity, to name a few. So we need to make sure our students are well equipped to tackle these challenges. Entrepreneurial education should be integrated in curricula, and our teaching pedagogy should focus more on student-centeredness, because they are taking an active role in their own learning and having a say and being creative will empower students and groom those social entrepreneurs that you talked about, Irene, earlier, and change makers who would be a force for social and public good. This is why I think we need students from different disciplines coming together and have the opportunity to work to solve a specific problem. And this is why, for instance, at Qatar University, we developed a course where students from all disciplines work together using the problem-based learning approach. They start by identifying a challenge they want to address, usually related to one of the sustainability goals, and then they come up with innovative solutions throughout the course. They can try to answer the question of how to shape a future that is planet-friendly, how to support a fairer society where everyone can thrive. Business students can enrich the discussion and bring in their perspective. They can reflect on how can businesses create sustainable futures, both for themselves and the communities they serve. They can reflect on how businesses can create unique value by rethinking how their products and services are designed and tuned with people's evolving values and aspirations and planet. So I think having an entrepreneurial mindset is a must. First, for this generation to be able to reinvent itself and adjust and survive. And the other main reason also, because we want people to come up with innovative solutions and make this world, a better place for all. So universities of the future should serve as an enabling environment where everyone has access to learning opportunities, role models, resources, and peers needed to actualize their full potential as social entrepreneurs and change makers. This is why I really love the idea of the metaverse and the concept, because it provides all this access to learning, to knowledge, but also to network, role models, all kinds of resources and support. So in order to make an impact, we need to join forces. So we cannot do this alone as a higher academic institution. We need to join hands with governments, with businesses, the industry, and society to create a more sustainable and prosperous future for all and for our planet. So this is the reason why I believe everyone should acquire those skills and traits that entrepreneurs do have.
Thank you so much, Professor Rana. That was wonderful. It's wonderful to be among a group of people like this who really understand and truly appreciate the importance of this new way of educating. And we've heard from Professor Rana about the importance of that entrepreneurial mindset being instilled in students as they prepare to graduate and go into the world of work. But we have another person on our panel who's going to speak next. Mr. Jim Schumann, who actually believes that that kind of an education about entrepreneurial mindsets can start right from primary school. And in this capacity, his organization, which is called First Pivot, runs entrepreneurship programs in primary and secondary school. Education. Over to you.
everybody. Can I ask if you can hear me?
Yes,
You
we
can.
can.
Can you just give me some emoji love? Give me a heart or a clap to let me know. Okay, good. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to be here with all of you. Really exciting times. It's a tough act to follow Dr. Rana, but I want to start off just talking about the modality of education, how it really hasn't changed years. Prior to COVID, the biggest transformation in education really was the transformation and the replacing of blackboards to whiteboards and then to smartboards. Now, COVID, like it did for the health space, really accelerated the telehealth and telemedicine, and the education space, it's accelerated the adoption of technology as well as remote learning. Put the modality aside for a second, look at the purpose of education. Education is really to inspire, to have our students think critically so that they can add value to a society. Lately, though, what we're seeing here in Australia, I guess let me take a step back. The yardstick to measure how successful the education program is really based by your national curriculum, depending on where you're at. The entrance exam for the tertiary education system here in Australia, it's called ATAR. In the US, ACT or the SAT. In India, it's the AEE. And what we're seeing in secondary schools across the world is education is becoming more about taking a test, and how to score well on a test. The problem that we're facing is 40% of the students that entered primary school in the last 2 years are going to end up working in jobs that have yet to be invented. That entrepreneurial education isn't some magic wand or silver bullet that can solve all of the problems. Complex problems don't tend to have simple solutions. Similar to Dr. Rana, I firmly believe that entrepreneurial education plays a role in that solution. I believe that if Elon Musk can democratize travel, we collectively in this room have the knowledge and the power and the capability to democratize education and really give it a 21st century overall so that it reflects the environment that we find ourselves in today that our kids are expecting from us. I'll stop there and look forward to questions from the audience. Turn it
Thank
back over to
you.
Dr. Renshaw.
Yes, thank you very much, Jim. I've taken your seat, so I hope you're okay. So thanks, Jim. That's wonderful. Our next panelist is Professor Mike Ackerman, who is Professor of Clinical Nursing and Director of the Masters of Healthcare Innovation at The Ohio State University. And he is absolutely leading the future of healthcare education. He's received multiple awards and recognitions for his work, and just last week, he and his team at The Ohio State University received a transformation grant from the American Nurses Foundation for a 3-year project to use extended and virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to revolutionize nursing education. Professor Mike, please share with us your vision for the future of healthcare education. Over to you.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
How many times have you said that? How many times have you said that in the last 2 years? Can you see my screen? Anyways, well, thank you. This is quite an honor to be on this panel with all these really smart and innovative people. I'm from the Ohio State University. We're one of the largest universities in the United States and the world. And I come from the College of Nursing, and we have about 2,500 nursing students, a variety of undergraduate all the way up to doctoral and PhD prepared. And we responded to a call from the American Nurses Foundation to really reimagine nursing education, because as we know, in the healthcare industry, when nurses graduate from school, they're really not ready to practice. And although we'd like to think that we do a better job and they are ready, that we know that they're not. So this grant was really to disrupt how we educate nurses. However, it can certainly be applied to any health profession. So our grant is to really integrate XR into our undergraduate. I'm sorry, I have a cold. Into our undergraduate education. And so how do you do that when you have about 700 undergraduate students and about 60 faculty that are from all in to this technology?
Have we lost sound on Professor Mike?
Okay, thank you.
We've
So how do you do that when you
you're
have
back,
700?
You're back.
All right. How do you do that
Okay,
when you have
sorry.
700 students and about 60 or 70 faculty that some of which are lukewarm about the concept of using immersive technology, and others are all in? So it all starts with developing use cases for the technology, and I think it was said before, this is nothing more than a technique to teach. Our teaching really, and our pedagogy and our evaluation and everything we do in education really doesn't change that much. It's just we're using different tactics, and there's no better way to demonstrate competence than to observe, and you can observe in this technology. So we're in the process now of mapping our curriculum to the XR that's available. We've evaluated a lot of different vendors. We've evaluated hardware. The problem with this technology right now, as you all know, is it changes about every 3 months. So although we may want to use a particular headset today, when Apple comes out with their AR VR headset at the end of the year, we may want to think about looking at that. So that's what we're doing. We're excited about it. We also are working a lot in the metaverse. And in fact, 2 weeks ago, I was teaching at our critical care meetings and showed a 4-minute clip of me in a different environment, teaching about infections, where I was able to pull in 3D assets. I was able to walk inside a white blood cell, look at the structures inside there, and do a better job of teaching than if I was using our typical PowerPoint slides. So this is exciting. It's not the future; it's here. And if we don't embrace it, it's going to pass us by. So I'm thrilled with the opportunity to participate. I think this is really, really very cool, and we're just really excited about getting started with our project. Thank you for the invitation. I do just want to mention one thing that we need to keep in mind, and that is accessibility. And I just like to know by some type of emoji, how many of you are getting tired of wearing your headset right now? And how many of you feel a little bit motion sick and a little bit like I really need to get this headset off? And these are real things that we have to think about when we design these types of things. And accessibility is absolutely critical. So we have to offer not only these immersive experiences, but experiences that are comparable, but may not be in a headset. And when we evaluate software, one of our key criteria is accessibility, because we know from the literature and our own experience, about 15% of people can't tolerate a headset, whether it's motion sickness, inner ear problems, claustrophobia, or whatever. So thank you again. I really appreciate this. This is exciting, and I'm happy to talk to anybody about our experience, and anxious to hear about other people's experiences as we go along. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor Mike. Appreciate your participation here. Very excited about the work that you're doing at Ohio State. Our next panelist is Joshua Murchie, and he teaches digital innovation and Web3 applications at Griffith University. As well as this, he provides training, advocacy, advisory, and consulting services for the emerging Web 3.0 industry to large companies around the world. And as such, he's well versed in blockchain and cryptocurrency, non-fungible tokens, decentralized infrastructure, tokenomics, DOAs, and the metaverse, which is exactly why I invited him to participate in this panel today. Joshua, please give us your insights into how the next generation in the search field can play such a crucial role in our future. Over to you, Josh.
Thanks, Irina, and great to be here among such esteemed guests and panelists. So yeah, as you mentioned, I think some of the previous panelists have already touched on some areas, such as really the best step is to start investing in and really just playing around with the technology from an educator point of view. So what I've personally seen is similar to how Professor Mike was saying, that you've got some academics who are all in on this, some are lukewarm, to put it nicely, and then others want nothing to do with it. So I think really having educators be able to come in, whether or not they get the technology right at the start, you know, their choice of technology or hardware right at the start, I think is indifferent. It doesn't matter as long as they're actually starting to test, use, and learn how to use it. I think exactly what you're doing here around inviting a diverse range of panelists, so bringing Samil onto the panel, who is a student, you know, being able to have the input of the students as well is in my opinion, quite a significant area that needs to be focused on. One piece I would like to touch on, though, would be accessibility. And then if you're thinking about from a Web3 business model, which is really around kind of decentralization, there could be issues or new opportunities even around how this education takes place. So no longer do you need that one physical university that everybody needs to go to and aspire to getting to. You could be having the best kind of lecturers and academics and teachers from around the world coming to a place and teaching. That also opens up opportunities for people who normally wouldn't have that opportunity. So for instance, I'm currently living in Paraguay, so in South America, and just seeing here that the opportunities that people have to even be able to access education at all is very low. So I think these kind of technologies can really level the playing fields in that respect as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much,
Thank
Josh.
you so much for having me.
And that is exactly what Meta Eduversity is trying to do and has vision for. It's that accessibility for all. So completely agree with that. And then finally, I'd like to introduce Samil Dioji, who is here on my right. Samil is a truly remarkable young man. He is a first-year management and journalism student at the Queensland University of Technology. He's also a successful entrepreneur with a business called Flourishing Botanics, which is an emerging business that solves the problem of gift giving with ongoing value without attachment to age, gender, or lifestyle. Now, last year, he was the school captain of St. Paul's School here in Brisbane. He was also a keynote speaker at our inaugural Global Entrepreneurs Summit and Awards ceremony, and he sits on our advisory board at the Global Entrepreneurs Institute. So I've invited Samil to be on this panel because I felt that it was really important to actually have the youth voice represented in this discussion. So Samil, give us your perspective on the future of education from someone who's actually in the system right now. Over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Arena. And it's a pleasure to be here in this lecture dome over here. It's absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much to everyone for coming along. It's a very successful event. So it's absolutely amazing. So I believe the moment education and through what I've been through, it's still a lot of teacher-led experiences. So there's a lot of the teachers up at the front of the classroom and the students are there to learn. Now, I think what's going to start to happen is that education is going to become more student-led and student-driven, and that's going to give us the skills in order for us to actually learn how to adapt and how to move and problem solve without the teacher influence coming along. And particularly from what we've also been talking about in the panel discussion earlier, I think immersive experiences are going to be the next, the future actually. Um, as we were talking about earlier, the whole aspect of having lecturers from around the world to teach you. Now, that's quite fantastic because I feel with our increasingly interconnected world, we're going to have to learn how to interact with people from different cultures, different races, ethnicities, and it's going to be amazing in order to get that knowledge from different people in something like a metaverse from your home. Let's say you're living in Brisbane, but you can still have a lecturer from, let's say, France, who's going to give their insight, their particular perspective that's going to enlighten us as a student. But I think what particularly is going to move us forward is character building. So it's absolutely amazing that we've got all this technology. And as our panelists mentioned earlier in our panel discussion, we're going to have to learn how to adapt and how to be flexible to different situations because we're going to have different jobs. We're going to have potentially more global pandemics and stuff like that. So we're going to have to learn how to adapt and overcome all these challenges. And so I think what the uh, key, I guess, aspect for us to work on or the future is for us to actually have character because we're going to have to learn how to be adaptable. We're going to have to learn how to be flexible. And in order for us to do that, we're going to have to learn how to overcome all these challenges and have that kind of good character up our sleeves. And on top of that, like Rana was mentioning, having that entrepreneurial mindset. So I'm part of Queensland University of Technology, and I study a dual in business management and journalism. On top of that, as Dr. Irina mentioned, I'm an entrepreneur. And what I've found is being an entrepreneur has actually opened up so many different avenues for me because I'm able to actually learn how to problem solve and how to become an innovative thinker. And I think that's quite essential, essential skill for us to have in the future because with new jobs coming in and different challenges, we're going to have to learn how to overcome them quite innovatively. And so that's what I'm really grateful for at the Queensland University of Technology here in Brisbane, is that not only I can study a dual in business management and journalism, on top of that, I can actually go ahead with my entrepreneurial ventures in order to gain those skills as well. So to sum it up, I think our future of education was going to have to be really based around how we can further ourselves in character, how we can become adaptable, how we can become flexible, and also how we can have the entrepreneurial mindset for us to become more innovative thinkers. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samil. That's wonderful. Great to have you on the panel. And deepest gratitude to all of our panelists here today for sharing their wisdom and their insights with us. Can I just say a personal thank you to Wasim, who is absolutely a force of nature. Where are you, Wasim? You're just an amazing human being. Also, just want to say thank you to Javita for all of her incredibly hard work in the lead up to this event. And congratulations to the extremely talented Abdo up there, flying in the air, looking after us, because he's been responsible for bringing this virtual space to reality, and what he's designed and built here is absolutely extraordinary. So thank you, Abdo, for all of your help as well in getting prepared for today. So at this point, thank you all, and we hand back to our host.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irina, all the esteemed panel, and for your insights and wisdom, and of course, your very high energy. Metavisionaries utilizes NFTs and metaverse to redefine how we learn, fusion science, art, and music, making education immersive, affordable, and interdisciplinary. I am so excited to introduce to you our next speakers, the dynamic duo from the music world. Please welcome Curtis Richardson and Angelique Siniolio. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. They have very special news to share with all of us. Please to the stage. Curtis is an American singer, songwriter, and record executive. He has written and produced albums that have sold in excess of 40 million records worldwide. He has worked with some of today's marquee talents such as Rihanna, Jennifer Lopez, BTS, John Legend, David Guetta, Craig David, and more. His international has also gained enormous success in Asia and European markets. Angelica is a Grammy Award-winning songwriter and has built a lifelong career in the arts. Angelica's look and sound brought her to the attention of top music and television producers alike. She has appeared in many television most popular programs, including Scandal, and Order. Thank you very much, guests. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Angelique. Hello. Yes, we're glad to be here. We are.
Curtis, can you walk to the center of the room?
Hold on, I'm trying to do that. 1 second. Am I walking?
Take your time. I know you're just beginning that.
Could you open the door? I gotta see where I'm at. Hold on, guys. I'm still trying to get a hang of this thing.
You are doing okay.
Am I walking?
A little bit more. A little bit further.
Okay, wait. All right,
How's
hold
that?
on. I'm trying to do it. Is it there?
Use your W key. Yes, just like that.
Yeah, I'm pushing the
That's
W
it.
key.
That's it. Stop. That's it.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Yes, well, I'm here with Angelique, and we are part of the faculty and the music department. So we're glad to be here. We have written and produced a song that will basically some of our vision for the Metavisionaries, the story of the Metavisionaries, and all that it encompasses, the journey from here to the metaverse. And we would like to play you this song, if possible, first.
We move layers in silence, leave it all behind us. Meta visions are flying to galaxies unknown. In space we merge with science, technology with new guidance. And yeah, we travel so far away. Fly, 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 we fly through the skies. New frontiers can open our minds. No, we're not so far from our dreams. Energy brings us life. Running at the midnight, a white light, a supernova. Until the twilight, the bright skies, a supernova. Up to the moon, we will go beyond our reason. Tonight, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. Burning my fire, watch me fly higher, across the entire universe. But I still never found my feet to the ground. And I'ma be dancing on my eyes to Pluto, 'cause you know we're breaking the speed of sound. Fly, 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 we fly through the skies. Fly, 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 we fly. Running at the midnight, a white light, supernova. Until the twilight, the bright skies, supernova. Up to the moon, we will go beyond our reason. Tonight, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going.
There you go. Okay. Hey, hello, everyone. Yeah, so that was Supernova, performed by Adian Lewis. And Angelique and I and Adian produced the song specifically for especially with the meta-diversity, education, being immersive, and with music, we are looking to do a course that will be disruptive and also challenge the current systems and embrace the global community. Angelique, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I'm really excited to join the faculty for Metavisionaries. I really believe that the essence of equal opportunity can really be brought over to not only just learning music, but also in the music industry. I think when Curtis says that we can be really disruptive, I think that bringing music education into the metaverse can really level the playing field for women, for minorities, for people all around the world who do not have access to the technology, to the network that is really essential to becoming successful in the creative world and in the entertainment industry.
Yes, and I agree with Angelique. The entertainment industry has been a bit of a niche in the sense that it's available to only some people, and it's expensive to go to school and to learn the practicum of the music industry. A lot of people pay over $20,000-$30,000 a year to go to the top schools. So this Metavisionaries will give the opportunity to those, not to some, but to all, to experience education, but not education in the sense of, you know, the standard education, but it's education in real time, because as our industry continues to change and develop each and every day, we plan to engage with the community to let them know how the industry is from a business side and from a creative side, where the opportunity lies, because it's not just in one or two areas. There's multiple areas within the industry that you can partake of to experience, and for all creators to understand that their value is important, and understanding how their value works for them, and understanding how to manage and structure their business within the music industry, and all creators, whether you're artist, whether you're a writer, whether you're a producer, whether you're an actor, whether you're a singer, whatever you are, that you understand what your value is in the metaverse, and also to build a community. So there'll be collaboration within the metaverse, which is something exciting. So someone who's in Australia may collaborate with someone in Dubai, and that's exciting. So we're not bound physically with what we can do in the metaverse. Angelique.
Yes, sir.
What,
I think you got everything.
no, what, as a creator, what are the boundless opportunities that you see for the new next generation in the metaverse? And how do you feel, and to add to that, what do you see us doing as far as the edgeversity, as far as what we're going to be teaching in the metaverse for the next generation?
First word that comes up for me is access. I think that that's something that's very limited in the music industry. People don't have access to information. People don't have access to network. People don't have access to equipment. And I think that as we become more acclimated and we dive deeper into the metaverse, I think that a lot of those things, a lot of those points of access will open up for people. And like I said, you know, we think about the music industry as very centralized. Los Angeles, New York, London, you know, Miami, but music, everybody listens to music. Music is it truly is universal. But we're not hearing, even with Spotify, even though we have access to so much more music, there is still an audience, and there's still a well of artists that we are not able to hear because they don't have the access. So I think that's going to be the main thing that opens up. And I think that what we can do is we can help guide and give information from first point, you know, from first person advantage about how to maneuver in the industry, in the ever-changing industry. When people say that they want to be songwriters, producers, and artists, and they tell someone that, most of the time there is no path that is given. You know, there's no information into how do you access, how do you get into the music industry. And once you get in here, you know, it's not as simple as just I'm a singer, I'm a songwriter, I'm a producer. music is everywhere. It's in everything. It's in TV. It's in film. You know, it's here in our lecture hall. So how do we inform people to build careers in the music industry beyond what we just see when we see our Rihanna, our Beyoncé's, and our Katy Perry's? There's much in the music industry. There's many more ways to make money, being creative, value in this industry. It's definitely people need to bring it to
Okay, thank you very much, Angelique and Curtis. Helmi, can you please comment, Helmi?
A great performance. That was out of this world, literally. For more than 60 years, humans have been breaking barriers to achieve the seemingly impossible, from walking on the moon, pushing the boundaries of human flight further than ever before. Metavisionary, Metavisionaries' collaboration with space scientists, astronauts, and transferring space science to metaverse is yet another big chance to change the history of humanity. The next part of our program voyages us through galaxies to outer space. We can experience the world from above, where boundaries are invisible, where racial, religious, and economic strife are nowhere to be seen. There are no boundaries on our planet except those we create, our minds, or through human behaviors. The ideas and concepts that divide us when we are on the surface begin to fade, orbit, and the moon. The result is a shift in worldview and in identity. Please welcome good friend Masha'il al-Shamamri, aerospace engineer and entrepreneur pilot, Mr. Omar Samra, explorer, entrepreneur, analog astronaut. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, so it seems the notes are not happening, so I'm gonna go solo. Hi, Mashal, how are you? It's nice to meet you in the metaverse.
Good, how are you? Thank
Very
you,
good,
nice
thanks.
to meet you as well. Good to meet everyone here.
Same here. Before I start, I just want to give people a little bit of context. We talked a little bit about education in general, but I'd like to get a bit more specific about what Metavisionaries does, just to give you guys an idea. So we talked a lot about space, but actually there's 8 different schools that are going to be part of this. You guys heard the word interdisciplinary quite a lot. And so there's going to be a school of space science, leadership and legacy, health and sport, entrepreneurship, humanities, creative arts, environmental science, and Web3 technologies. And actually, it's the combination of all of these things that is really special, because the way we learned in school, the way I learned in school was in silos, but then when we enter into the real world, we realize that problems don't come at us this way. They're interdisciplinary. And so this is what we're trying to do. And this is why we're so fortunate here to have Mashal, someone who is truly interdisciplinary in the way that she's approached life and her career. And so I'm really honored to be doing this fireside chat with her. For those of you who don't know, Mashal is a US-born Saudi. She's an aerospace engineer, an aerospace entrepreneur, a commercial pilot, and a speaker. And perhaps we'll get to know a little bit about all of these things today. Mashal, I just want to start off by asking you, so, I have this theory that, some would say that anybody's passion is a product of a formative experience that they've had at some point in their life. For example, for me, one of my passions was climbing mountains, climbing Mount Everest and things like that. And actually started when I was 15 years old. Never seen snow. I went to Switzerland, climbed a small mountain, and that sparked this journey and this passion. Have you had a similar experience? What was this formative experience that got you into this field, which is unique for for our part of the world?
First of all, before I get started and answer your question, I want to thank you guys for having me here. I'm really honored. Also, this is a very interesting experience for me, and this is really exciting. So with that, with respect to how I decided to start my life and take this journey and become an aerospace engineer, it actually started pretty early. My mom took me to the Ineza Desert in Saudi Arabia. And while there, she took me at night, which was very fortunate because that's when I found my calling. I looked up at the sky, and the sky over Ineza, and it's a desert, is very clear, and there isn't any light pollution. So when I looked up and saw such a high density of stars, I really was confused, and I really wanted to understand more on how these stars are up there and why some flicker brighter than others and why some have a bluish hue while others have a red hue. So I kept asking questions, and I never felt that the answers I got were sufficient enough to feed this curiosity. So from that moment on, it was kind of simple. I wanted to understand space. So the only way I could do that is to make rockets to take me up there. And that's basically how my journey started.
And then how many years ago was that? Like, how old were you when that happened?
I was 6 years old.
I had the same, space has always been a passion of mine. And I think it was about 7 years old that I had that first, passion. I think being an astronaut was the first dream that I ever had. And it's interesting because I have a 9-year-old daughter, and it seems that the world is now going on fast forward. My daughter is 9 years old, and when I was 9 years old, I can't imagine I was thinking or considering many of the things that she does at this age right now. Do you think it's interesting you say these things? Do you think your career outcome and how life has led you so far would have been the same had you grown up? You grew up in the U.S. Do you think it had been the same way had you grew up, back in the region? And how can we help the new generation, you think, break these glass ceilings and imagine these careers for themselves? Because, as you know, space science, space exploration is something that is a little bit far removed from our imagination, in some sense. And so we'd obviously love to make it more prevalent, and I would love to know your views on that.
That's a very good question. I think that I am who I am today because of the experiences I have had and the opportunities that I've been given. So I would have to say very honestly that back then in Saudi Arabia, for example, studying aerospace engineering was not really a subject that's available in universities, at least not to my knowledge. Having the ability to do robotics in high school and so forth wasn't available in Saudi at the time. So had I not been exposed to these things, to robotics in high school, to thinking from like how to make stuff and to have access to making stuff, like I used to go to the machine shop to build these robots for in high school and so forth, I don't think that I would have taken the same course probably because of the lack of exposure I would have had. Today, things are changing tremendously. We have a lot of things moving forward in the entire region, whether it's in the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, even Kuwait and Bahrain. They are pushing a lot to try to get into the space sector. They are trying to either, do probes, send small sats or satellites and so forth. And they are recognizing that, the economy in space is something that they have to really consider. So they're moving that needle and they're trying to push really hard. So there's a lot of changes that are happening. So back then, no, I don't think it would have been possible for me. So I was fortunate enough to be born and raised in the US and have access to the education that I needed in order to pursue the career that I wanted.
Education, as you're saying, is definitely one of the key success factors. Like, what else do you think, as a generation now, we need to
So education obviously is the key to everything, as you all know. But the second thing is exposure. So it's not just because my dad was a pilot, and when I actually flew an airplane before I drove a car because I was in the plane with my dad, and he taught me how to take off and how to land and how to fly in between and how to do steep turns. And I was really, really young, and I was like going nuts, and I loved it. I was like, oh my God, this is so thrilling. I love it. So I had that exposure. So that exposure to airplanes, to flying the airplanes, to having that joy of the freedom to fly is something that I think had a very significant impact in my life and caused me to think differently and to pursue things related to aerospace and to love it so much, because like the passion I have for it is tremendous. It's almost the passion you have for your wife or your child. It's the same feeling I have towards aerospace and technology development and that sort of thing.
Amazing. And you build rockets, which is not something that many people get to say. Do you feel that do you feel that females are like well represented in that field? When we were talking about Metavision, we mentioned the word inclusivity, and like the metaverse and this technology really has an opportunity to break down these walls and provide much more opportunities. Is this an area where you feel that needs improvement, and what do you think can be done to specifically encourage and excite more women and girls to get excited about that field from a young age?
So it's an interesting question. Certainly women are underrepresented in the aerospace and aviation, both. As a matter of fact, the statistics on pilots, female pilots that are captains is really, really low. Like we're talking about like 6% or lower, which is pretty sad. I think, and one of the things I've suggested at many events like the World Defense Show, where we spoke about like women in defense or in aviation. A few weeks ago, we had an event in Saudi called the Future Aviation Forum, where we addressed some of these elements. And one of my recommendations is to truly have a global survey to better understand the gap in which what is the cause that's leading women to either, because there's two problems you have when you talk about women in certain sectors. The first problem is entrance. The second problem is retention. So you can enter the market, but then you are not going to be retained in that market. So those are two problems you have to tackle. And when you tackle those, you have to understand that the reasons why there's barriers to entry, you have to address that. And then there are issues that lead people to leave the industry. They don't remain. And I've seen that with my own eyes as an engineer with fellow women engineers that are really good engineers, but for whatever circumstance, whether it's not being able to balance work and personal life, leave the industry. So that tells me maybe there's an issue in the environment of the work where they do not give them the support they need as mothers, as people who have responsibilities outside work. So that needs to change. So those two elements are critical to understanding why we have such a deficit, or the statistics are very low when it comes to STEM-based sectors like aerospace, aviation, and so forth.
Interesting. And do you think that the technology we're experiencing now with the metaverse has the possibility to solve some of these problems?
Like I said, without doing a full survey to understand the barriers to entry and then the retention problem, I can't really tell you whether the metaverse is going to help or not help, or it will be neutral. It remains to be seen. Although, if I may add, one point, events like this in which young women can participate and see other accomplished women talk about their experiences, their life, certainly will encourage more women to come in. But as I mentioned, in terms of pushing the needle with that statistic, it remains to be seen.
Hey, Omar, please accept the megaphone. You are now muted.
Can you guys hear me now?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No, I was just following on from what you're saying. I was saying that perhaps this type of technology, which allows us to to connect from anywhere, allows to some of the challenges that you mentioned that women may face in work environment and participation might be alleviated or find solutions through having this type of mechanism. I'll go back to the question that I was asking you. You talked about a few aspects of your career. You mentioned building rockets and launching rockets, and I understand that you're an entrepreneur in that field. Could you tell us a little bit, perhaps, about the work that you do in that field from a business standpoint, and can delve a bit deeper into that?
Sure. So when I was about 26 years old, after leaving, I worked for a large defense contractor in the US, and then I left and started my own company, Mishal Aerospace. At the time, there was a recession. The aerospace market was pretty hit. So most of the companies were laying off rather than hiring people. So I was faced with either sitting around waiting for a job opportunity when the market picks up, or start my own opportunity. So I decided to research the market, see what the gaps are, and decided to start my own rocket company. A lot of people were like, "Oh my God, Mish, you're nuts." And I said, most likely, yes, I am nuts. But I'd rather try and fail than not try at all, because then I would never know what my capacity for doing something would be. So I decided to tackle the small satellite market. These are like satellites that can weigh up to 500 kilograms or 1,200 pounds. And what I noticed, this was back in 2010. So what I noticed is that satellites, and as many of you have experienced directly, technology has been moved pretty fast. So things become very small very quickly. And so small sats is a category of satellites that are far more powerful, in my opinion, than their larger satellites in the past. Why? Because you can launch them in constellations. They have less weight. Therefore, when I say constellations, it means like multiple satellites that you can put in different places, and you have a better view of whatever it is that you're looking for, whether it's Earth observation and so forth. And you can collect this data, you can sell this data. The beauty of this type of business is that when you're talking about these small sats, generally they're going to be operating in low Earth orbit. So low Earth orbit, guess what? Every 2 to 3 years, you're going to have to replace the satellites. So it's a cash cow sort of business. So it's great. And what I've noticed is that these satellites do not have a direct means to go to space. They have to launch a secondary or tertiary payloads. So the idea for my business was, we will make a rocket, because all the rockets at the time were focused on carrying larger payloads. So if you are not a very large payload, you're not the primary client. So when you are a small sat, you are secondary or tertiary, meaning you don't have a say when you launch, how you launch, or where you launch to. So you're at the mercy of the primary payload. So some of these guys, the small sats, are ready to launch now or like this year. And they have to sometimes wait 3 years for them to be able to launch. With that type of business, this is a problem for them because in 3 years, their technology becomes archaic. So I predicted that these small satellites are going to grow tremendously over the next few years, and they're going to need a dedicated rocket. So that's basically how I started Mishal Aerospace in the sector in which I wanted to target, because I wanted to solve that problem.
Amazing. And do you think that, how can education, relationship, can you tell us a little bit more about your relationship with Metavisionaries, how you came to get to know about it, and if you had any reflections on why this could be something that supports your field of work in particular?
Sure. So the way I got introduced to Metavisionaries was very interesting. So I received a friend of my sister's, like a very long time friend, so I know her very well, reached out to me, and she's like, her name is Ghali Hoja. And she told me, Mish, can I give your number to Hani Yamani, who is her brother-in-law, because they're working on Metavisionaries, and they're focused also on space-related education. And so I was like, sure, give him my number. Then I spoke to him on the phone. Then after my call with him, we set up a meeting with Ihab and Wasim, and we had this discussion, and that's how this whole thing started. With respect to the question as it relates to entrepreneurship and using Metavisionaries and education. So as an aerospace engineer who went to school for aerospace engineering, where I think schools fail, and I have mentioned this to my university and the professors I've worked with, I said, you guys failed because none of you really prepare us for a world in which we can start our own businesses. You focus on the fundamentals of aerospace engineering, of air-breathing engines, rocket engines. We focus on heat transfer, fluids, and so forth, but we never look at the economic side of it. We never look at how much does it cost to make a rocket? How do I start a business? How do I relate this engineering stuff to something that's business? And you can make it as an elective. So if not everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, but some of us are curious. So to prepare us for the real world, I think schools fail in this respect because they focus on one segment and one segment only, and then they don't prepare you for the fact that you could be laid off and now you have to start your own business, because otherwise, someone needs to solve a problem that's in the industry. It doesn't prepare you for that. And I'm hoping places like Metavisionaries, where you can go in and take an entrepreneurship class in, for example, aerospace. How do you build a rocket business? How do you build a satellite company? How do you address an emerging technology that can change the world in terms of how do you explore space? I'm being biased, obviously, towards space here, but it could be applied to any other sector as well.
Absolutely. I think we're all a little bit, all of us here are a little bit biased towards space. I think that even the example that you're talking about, a lot of the times you find companies where it's started by a tech entrepreneur who lacks sort of the business side, or vice versa. I think it could behoove both these people to have a good understanding of hey Curtis, to have a good understanding of both. Mashal, I'm really happy that chance and fate had you cross Metavisionaries' path, and I look forward to chatting with you again. Hopefully, the next time I could also see you in the flesh. And thank you for your time. And I hope everybody enjoyed the session. And let's look forward to more sessions in the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, yeah, I think everybody can hear me. First of all, Omar and Michelle, thank you so much for that. That was absolutely fantastic. And this is what we've been talking about, is how do we bring all these fantastic subjects in a place where it doesn't matter where you are, you can access them. I want to also thank Helmi Nato. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for him, so I'm going to take over. Thank you, Helmi. Lots of love. Thank you for holding the space. And now I'm really excited because what we're going to experience is this. We're going to experience space, anatomy, music, sports, all under the same banner. And I have two very special people that I want to introduce who are very close to my heart. And we have two amazing guests on the stage who we'll also be talking to. So with that, Dr. Tara Rutley, welcome, former Chief Scientist of NASA, Director of Sciences for the Metavisionaries. Where are you? Oh, there you are. They'll be giving you access in a second.
I have permission now.
Yeah.
Really cool things that happen.
Dun, 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 dun. What's up? What's up? How you doing? Can you hear me? Let's shake hands.
Let's see. Clap hands, shake.
All right. Yep.
High
That's how we do it.
Can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Yes?
All right,
Some
we're
people
good.
can, some people can't. Okay, we're good. We're good, Laz, right?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good with it.
Do we all know who Laz is? Does he need an introduction?
We're seeing, man. You might have to do. There we go.
He doesn't really need one, but I think you could do it justice, Wasim.
All right.
He's the Laz. Wasim's working on. Hey, Abdo, can you get Wasim a voice?
We need a voice on
One
Wasim
second.
ASAP. Stat.
Okay,
All
so you
right.
can all hear me. I'll tell you what. We did an Instagram live, and Tara had to introduce Lazarus. And Lazarus is not just a physician; he's also a musician. And when she had to talk about some of the people he's been working with, it was probably the most out-of-world experience, I could say. So, without further ado, Lazarus is not only a physician, he's also a musician. He's worked with the likes of Wu-Tang Clan, Ghostface Killer, Rick Ross, all these fantastic superstars. On top of that, he was saving lives during COVID. Lazarus, such a pleasure. Abdo, don't mute me. I'm going to stay on here with these guys and interfere or come in when they want me to.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Wasim.
Thanks, Wasim. So, Laz, this is going to be really, really weird. I know you're in the same room with me, both physically and metaphysically.
Yes.
So let's have some fun.
Let's do it.
And talk about the human body, the way we know it and the way we don't know it, really.
I think that would be a good idea.
All right, let's do this. Okay, Abdo, I think we're supposed to have a floating astronaut that's going to be our first.
Oh, look, I see one. I see one right here,
Whoa,
right behind you.
Whoa,
actually.
right behind me. Let me get out of the
Oh my goodness. I don't know what's that, Tara. What's going on with this guy right here? I mean,
So the cool thing about this guy is he has, I mean, he's lucky. He's got his gravity vector turned off.
He looks
right?
like he's got some problems going on with his vestibular system right now.
Right? He's waving his arms around.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, he's completely out of it. He doesn't know where he's at. Completely doesn't know he's lost. So I have a feeling he's got something wrong with his vestibular system.
Yeah, well, right. There's some motion sickness and stuff that's going on with this guy probably initially.
That's
But
definitely not how things are working in Earth. Like, what we see here with this astronaut. For
Right,
sure.
right. Well, tell us how things work on Earth. We've got a
Well, you know, the vestibular system, it's a system in which we have organs inside of our inner ear, one of which is called the semicircular canals. And I think we have a picture of it right here. So the inner semicircular canals that actually are responsible for rotational movement and sensing rotational movement. And you have these other structures in here called vestibular that are responsible for head position and how that's oriented in regards to with respects to gravity. So what I think is going on here is this guy is not on Earth, Sarah. Something's going on with this man's gravity.
I know this guy. Like, you're right.
I think you might have the answers to that one.
This would be cool. So here's what's going on with this guy who's not standing like we are, even though we have no legs really. But honestly, what's happening is you just talked about in those inner ears, like you said, those are gravity sensors right there. Those circles. I'm gonna walk up here and just kind of touch and point. So those green circles are, like you said, they sense gravity. And then there are little tiny stones also inside your inner ear. You have stones in your inner ear, and they are all sensitive to gravity. So if you take gravity away, all bets are off, right? Your stones are floating around, the fluid can't find the gravity vector in your inner ear, and guess what?
You look like this guy after that?
You start to look like this guy, right? Like, so first of all, when the astronauts get into space, they start to get a little motion sickness because you don't have the inner ear telling you which way is down. You also kind of, with your eyes, you can't tell really what's up and down in space. So you're confused even more there. And then look at his feet. And well, I'd say look at our feet, but we don't have any. His feet aren't touching the ground. And so there's no information from the ground saying you are standing upright. So all these conflicting signals come into the brain, go to the nerves and say, oh, I just think that's not good. And so they do get motion sick for the first few days. But after a while, they start to adapt to gravity. And that's a really cool thing about the body is that they can adapt.
Well, that's good to hear that they make that adaptation, because I wouldn't want to permanently be like this guy right here. That's for sure.
Right. He's going to get it together. But, you know, that's not the only thing that happens to the body.
Yeah, so what
space,
other things happen in the body? I think there's some other systems involved as well, isn't it?
That's right. There's some stuff going on with the heart.
Oh, okay. Some stuff going on with the heart. So I think we got do we got a heart around here?
You're standing right on it.
Let me get off the heart for a second. Hang on, guys.
You're good now. You're good.
Adjust
Come back
myself.
over.
Oh, okay. I see the heart is.
Yeah.
Okay. It's in my chest and in front of me. All right. So the heart, well, the heart is also a muscle, and the heart, you have different areas of the heart. You got blood will come in from the right atrium that goes into the right ventricle, goes into our pulmonary circuit, to the left atrium, to the left ventricle, which is this big muscle here, which now pumps blood to the rest of our body. So we're supposed to have perfusion that is distributed out to all of our extremities and limbs. But I don't know, for some reason, I think something's offset with that when we're in space.
Spoken like a doc who knows what he's talking about when you're talking about the cardiovascular system. Like you said, the heart is a pump. Now, when you get into space, guess what? All the fluids in your feet are no longer in your feet. They're because gravity's not pulling them down. So the fluid starts to move up towards the head and the torso and kind of pulls around that way. Well, right over here, if I'm going to move closer, there are some sensors right in this area of the heart and also in the neck area. And those sensors say, whoa, there's too much fluid up here. We need to start offloading it. So you start offloading fluid, which is okay. You don't need it in space. You get rid of it. But that means also with no gravity, the heart doesn't have to pump as hard. So with the heart being a muscle and it doesn't have to pump as hard, their body's really good at getting rid of what it doesn't need to maintain. Save that energy. You don't need the muscle, we're going to start to waste it. So the heart can technically get weaker and smaller in space if we don't do something about it.
Yeah, well, Tara, that's not right, because if our not pumping and it's not pumping strong enough, then we're not going to properly get perfusion in our body, and that's going to be very devastating to us. So what do we do?
Yeah, it's a risk, man. It's a risk to spaceflight, but we're okay. No, as you may know, nobody's had any issues in space with a heart problem. What we do is exercise, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more here after we talk about.
Look,
hey, this guy showed up. Let's talk about it now. So this is great. So on the International Space Station, we do tests body does, because frankly, we want to go Earth orbit into deeper space like Moon and Mars. Humans want to do that. We have to solve the heart problem. We have to solve that. So we have exercise equipment, just like this bike. But what it's really used for is to keep the heart healthy. As you know, just like on Earth, get on the bike and start pumping away, right?
Right.
And
Absolutely.
so then we have this other guy by you who's running the
Let me
treadmill.
see where it's going. Oh yeah, okay.
I'm not a big treadmill fan. I rather run outside, but in space, you got to be on the treadmill. So the treadmill is good for what we'll talk about next, which is maintaining bone and muscle, because every
Oh.
time your feet hit the floor, that is a load of
Right.
gravity. Think about things. Our bones and muscles are designed for load. They're designed to make us move around against gravity. If you don't use them in space, you
Right.
lose them. So
Well-
that's why we have the treadmill. The treadmill is good for the heart too.
Well, you
But-
know, patients of mine that I have that don't utilize their skilled nursing facilities, their muscles start to atrophy because they're not using those anymore.
Right.
So
Same
is
idea,
that
man.
why they're starting to get skinnier and they start losing their muscle mass?
Same idea, man. And so in space,
Oh, look at this
use
guy.
it or lose it. Like this guy over here. I'm gonna walk over to this weird looking guy. So, right? So one thing I want you to notice before we talk about what's happening to the rest of his body, I don't know if any of you can really see, but his face is puffy. His face is getting puffy. And in space, their faces do get puffy, and they get something called bird legs as the fluid moves from the legs to the head. Astronauts look like they've got puffy face. But what you're really seeing here is this guy's muscles sort of away. And that is what we call atrophy, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So like you mentioned,
So we got to do resistance training,
Mhm.
continue to build those muscles back up so they, atrophy the way that this guy's muscles are atrophying. So
you got that right. And y'all know resistance training is another lifting.
we can't be lazy in space, basically.
There's no, they exercise 2.5 hours a day in space. There's no
Got it.
laziness.
All right, no laziness allowed. Okay.
But Laz, how do you think they do resistive exercise in space if everything's weightless? This is a trick question. I didn't prep you
it's
for.
a trick question, but it's not my question to answer. I think you need to answer that question right there.
I mean, can anybody think of anything else you use? And basically, what they do is they weight lift, but it's not weights. They use the vacuum of space. It's a big exercise
Wow.
device that vents to the vacuum, and you
Amazing.
can adjust the resistance that way. And so that's how we keep our bones and muscles healthy. So knowing all of this, the changes in the vestibular system, balance, the heart, the bones, the muscles. Laz, would you go to space?
You know what? I would love to go to space on a hip hop song.
I love it. I love it. I think we're going to hear about a hip hop song. We're going to hear from how Laz really feels here shortly. But I also know, I see somebody
Oh, look
standing
at
in
this.
the aisle there. I see someone coming. Dr. Jim Green is here with us. He's waving. Hi, Jim. Come on down. Come join us.
Join the party.
Yeah. Yeah. So Jim was my chief. He was the chief scientist of NASA, also a great colleague and a great mentor of mine, and decades and decades of knowledge and making things work in space. Jim, do you have anything to add?
Well, going into space is so exciting in many different ways because we then remove one of those factors we have here on Earth, which is gravity. And in space, then we can study our body in different ways. One of the things that we found with the astronaut Scott Kelly and his brother, Mark Kelly, they're twins. One stayed on Earth, one went into space for nearly a year, is that when Scott Kelly came back, they could compare each other and major differences were found. And these are really important differences, one of which is their immune system changed. And when the immune system changes, it takes a little while for the body to recover and put that immune system back. Now that's really exciting because we don't know why Scott Kelly lost some of the immunity and got it back. And so here on Earth, many people die because of an immune compromised system as they age. So there's some really still many fundamental medical things that we know about. Space will help us learn these.
Yeah, Jim,
That's
you're
phenomenal.
right. And Laz pulled on that a little bit when he mentioned that, you know, the bed rest patients that he sees sometimes their bones or their muscles waste away too. And so there, like you said, there's a lot of disease states or situations on Earth that we can teach or treat or learn under use of space and our astronauts' health as well. Yep.
Absolutely. Amazing knowledge.
Yeah, man. And Laz, we didn't even talk about all the systems. We could be here all day.
We could be
but,
here all.
But thank you, Jim. Thank you for the words. And I do believe that we do have a couple of questions, right?
All right.
Was he coming?
Okay,
He's raising his hand.
one.
Oh, we've got a question from
Mr. Lennox Lewis in the crowd here.
the man himself.
All right. The host has muted the audience.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
So we have to unmute. Hey.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Lennox is coming to knock us out now.
Oh, don't get too
Apparently
close, man.
Just shout it out. We can hear you.
Okay. How's everybody doing? It's so great being here. I mean, I can create myself a lot. I'm 20 years younger, as you can see. I've put back on my dreadlocks.
Indeed.
So it feels
Looking great,
good.
Lennox.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Green, how you doing, sir?
Very good, sir.
I wanted to
Got a
ask you a
question.
question. I know you have to be in great physical shape to, be an astronaut. What have you learned about fitness and aging in space?
Oh, yeah. Well, just like Earth, being fit is really important. And in space, many things has to go on. Tara's been very involved in creating the instruments necessary for astronauts to do exactly that, stay in shape. So what are some of those instruments, Tara?
Oh, well, the exercise equipment are one, but we've also sent up tools like an ultrasound machine to keep an eye on the changes of the soft tissues in the heart. We also bring up instruments to measure eye pressure, because one thing I didn't mention is with all that fluid shift to the head, it actually puts pressure on the eyeballs, and some astronauts tend to have problems with their eyesight. I mentioned a little bit about bone loss, so that's why we have the exercise device, but the bone loss that we see in astronauts are about the same amount of bone loss as we see in a postmenopausal woman. So it's pretty rapid bone loss. We don't do something about it. So anything that is a change to the human body that we've been studying the last 20 years on the International Space Station, we are designing tools to help us diagnose, to help us collect data, and to help solve the problem so that we can go beyond just circling the Earth around the Earth orbit, but to the Moon and Mars. Those are longer missions.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just don't think the other way, man. How's it being an ambassador and entertainer?
Man, I think it's phenomenal
And how
because,
does it contribute to space?
It does contribute to space because, like I've been doing the best that I can to merge the worlds of science and hip hop. And that's my MO. And to answer your question about space, I actually got a record that covers some of the topics that we just discussed with Ms. Tara Rutley and Jim Green. And I would like to display some of those bars to you guys today.
Yeah. All right.
So that being said, let's get some bars going in here.
Hey Les, shall I play?
parachute, helmet and visor attached, strap, temperature gauge, oxygen tank, pride in my backpack. No time for no backtrack as my mind drifts in the abstract. Fear and panic kicks in, sweat drips under my glass mask. I'm frozen, my mind's gone. Gotta keep this grip from both of my arms strong. Chase of the Apollos, Aldrin and Armstrong. Can feel the mission, visualizing, dreading all of this gone wrong. Take a deep breath and buckle in. It's the start of the launch dawns. In 8.5 minutes, using 4 million pounds of propellant. 3 liquid fuel engines consumed that the rocket's expelling. Accelerating, now we surpassing the speed of sound and excelling. Starting to lose gravity, can't tell if it's the ground or the ceiling. And now my blood flows upward, pooling from my feet to my brain. Cerebral veins, vision's getting blurry, can't see in frame. I need to maintain as the G-force of 3 G's is attained. Finally released into an orbit as we exceed the terrain. We live within our limits from our frail rooftops. As we look up to the clouds, see if rain gon' drop. Every day on earth's a struggle, pain don't stop. But from where I'm at, all I see is a pale blue dot. From every great conqueror to all of those oppressed, to every species above and below the ocean crest. For anything we've known within our plain view stops. Cause from where I'm at, all I see is a pale blue dot. My eardrums go numb to absolute silence. Shut the lights off of my suit or just a glance in my iris. All I see is pitch dark, Vanta black and it's skyless. Not a single star in sight, never imagined it like this. Turn my head and is the earth I seen in atlases and compasses. Just hovering in front of me and hanging on to nothingness. 24,000 miles, move my hand around the circumference. The beauty is so wondrous. 8 billion of us come from this. An emergence of a blue flame emits from the perimeter. The mighty sun rises just as I could witness this phenomenon. Light is dimmed to photometer. The only thing that I can see that's lit is distant Andromeda. Temperature lifts on thermometer, and now my head is feeling full from the pressure of circulation. Can't let my muscles atrophy, train for self-preservation. And as I strap myself to get rest on this higher station, the sun sets to reveal a majestic illumination. We live within our limits from our frail rooftops. As we look up to the clouds, see if rain gon' drop. Every day on earth's a struggle, pain don't stop. But from where I'm at, all I see is a pale blue dot. From every great conqueror to all of those oppressed, to every species above and below the ocean crest. For anything we've known within our plain view stops. Cause from where I'm at, all I see is a pale blue dot. 16 times a day I orbit the earth in its motion. The green hue of aurora borealis, a witness to glowing. I could even spot pollution cross the Indian Ocean, or spot where crops are cultivated or deficient and growing. Cause our history showing steady technological progression. Tens of thousands years of lessons, times we prosper to regressions. From a flat earth hypothesis and guessing to a type of rocket ship reflecting. Integrate intuitions, contemplate with questions. The possibilities endless, every which way exploring. In this vast void, is there any other intelligence staring for me? Or laying dormant, and as our own planet is facing warming, we keep brainstorming, new and improved ways of terraforming. We stay reforming, steady building, solving, set up plans. Can't repeat history, killing for this 29% of land that's surrounded by water. We conquer, we slaughter, but we gotta lend a hand now to each other, for each of us to reach the new ascent of man. We live within our limits from our frail rooftops. As we look up to the clouds, see if rain gon' drop. Every day on earth's a struggle, pain don't stop. But from where I'm at, all I see is a pale blue dot. From every great conqueror to all of those oppressed, to every species above and below the ocean crest. For anything we've known within our plain view stops. Cause from where I'm at, all I see is a pale blue dot.
Right. You guys hear me? Hostess called you in. Okay, perfect. Okay, well, if you guys want, I got one more song for you guys. You would like to hear it, but I need to. All right, so we got a song called Break the Walls. And as this song was about space, this song is about bringing mankind together within this planet. So we can go into this topic and cut into Break the Walls, produced by Dr. Zeus. Let's go. Performing be up a little bit. Metavisionaries. Welcome to my era. Clara, revolution from your illusion. We're looking at the mirror. Cause a panic attack like an act of terror. Rapid clever. From America to back in the era. Hop in a plane to Abu Dhabi. To the hotel lobby. Back to the land of my Punjabis. No immigration stops me. I'm a posse and my boss. See with passport and last word. Rush up any task force that ask for it. Fast forward, chilling with my villagers in France, Spain. Kids in Switzerland. North to Berlin on a fast train. Present for every nation that I'm taking around. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Break them down. Break them down. And I break them down. Yo. Wake up in Africa, see the lions, the zebras, get a picture in Indonesia, see the air in peace, and I get a Rome next to put my statue next to stimulate your brain like I'm an epileptic seizure. Spitting the flow, get him a zone, a single percentage of any competitor, sit on my throne, picking a bone with anyone trying to edit me, since me, leave it alone. Scheme, money is a rap on my day job, the parents' dream. I break the walls of expectation, power grow with every destination. We are prisoners of law and order, segregating us a land like it's the ocean waters, patrolling us in all the borders. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. 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 There are one people on this planet, in humanity, all races, all creeds, all backgrounds. Let nobody divide us. Oh. Spread wisdom to the men, courage to the women. My music is my medicine. When you listen, gives adrenaline. From Great Wall of China to Marrakesh to Budapest, healing eyes of blindness like Bartimaeus. I'm autonomous. Through the breeze of Acapulco. Shout out to all my vatos locos. El mundo es nuestro. Rush with my Eskimo pack train. Apes walls of prison like a man be detained. Rams in the South Hall. Surrey City to Solid Hall. See the left angle. Hands go. Element prayer. It's a mark of Istanbul. Compelled. Tell the world of its diversity, your cultures and ethnicities that are divided by your laws, divided by your racism, the jabs into your jaws. Don't take a nation of millions to keep your pearls. Cause all it takes is one man to change the world. Build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. Countries wanna build walls and I break them down. 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 One more time. Countries want to build walls and I break them down. Countries want to build walls and I break them down. Countries want to build walls and I break them down. Countries want to build walls and I break them down. Yes, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to me, Lazarus, LAZ Detroit. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. All right. Yeah. That's a little while ago.
Hello, everyone. Please, we will take a little short break. Enjoy your time, 10 minutes, and we will be back. I will just unmute everybody.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, Aisha.
Tara,
Right behind you.
can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Assalamualaikum. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, I'm great. Where are you from?
I'm from Scotland.
Oh, I studied in Edinburgh.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I live about 20 minutes away from Edinburgh.
Where do you live?
It's a place called Falkirk.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I miss
Yeah,
Edinburgh, to be
it's
honest.
near
The
to
best
Edinburgh,
student
not
life
too far
was
away.
there.
Hey, Tara.
Hey, you ready? Well, I guess we're up next, right?
Yeah, that was cool. That session was pretty cool.
That was really cool.
I told Abdul send a message to come dance.
Yeah, it's almost 8 a.m. here.
Hey, hi Tara. Tara, this is Gaurav. Hi.
Hey, Aisha.
It's 12 a.m., right?
So I'm with Irina as part of the GII.
It was a great talk by you.
Hey Tara, sorry,
Thank
I
you.
can't
Hi,
shake
guys.
hands.
Shake hands. Wait. Shake hands.
Sorry, I can't shake hands. I'm doing it from the laptop today.
Oh, we'll pretend to shake hands.
Yes. Yes, I'm pretty impressed with what you've been able to do, Tara, with the Metavisionaries. So brilliant effort, bring everybody together. Fantastic. Congratulations on this.
Hi, Gaurav. I think Tara might just have a slight technical issue at the moment. I think seems like
No problem.
How are you? Where are
I'm
you
good.
actually
How are
tuning
you?
in from?
I'm tuning in from India.
Oh, very nice. I'm in Dubai actually at the moment, but I live in Cairo.
Okay. Okay. Fantastic. You're part of the Metavisionary team, or?
Yeah, I've been since March. I've been helping the guys with a bunch of things, and been a little bit involved in the curation of the event. I'm going to be doing the next. I'm going to be moderating the next panel with Tara and Dr. Hilda and Professor Borg.
Okay, fantastic. And I think congratulations to you and the team on a brilliant event. This is my first experience in the metaverse, and it's actually been mind-boggling. Actually tuning in from a laptop today, unfortunately, but even then, it's been a great experience.
Yeah, it gets a bit to get used to, but then it's actually quite enjoyable. How did you actually find out Metavisionaries? How did you come across?
Yeah, so I work with, I'm part of the board for Arena's Institute, Global Entrepreneurs Institute. She got me introduced to Metavisionaries, and I'd heard Tara in one of the masterclass that she did for GII earlier. So, it's a small world, like they say, but
Amazing.
this is fantastic.
Where in India are you based? Are you in Delhi or?
I'm in Hyderabad.
Hyderabad.
Yes. Education is definitely a big passion area for me as well. That's how I'm associated with GII, and what you guys are trying to do here is brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so interesting to be in such a new space with such a growth area that it's like learning something new every day, like the Web3 space in particular. It's a nice feeling, when you're in a specific discipline and career, and then you kind of you feel like then you get into something completely new that is novel to you. It's this exciting feeling, and everything is like on fast forward. So it's been quite nice that way.
No, totally. Every day is a new learning, and I think unlearning and new learning, right, with the metaverse, and yeah, it's absolutely exciting. I think education is going to change big time with this. Interaction is going to change. You're in Dubai, I'm here. We can practically see each other. So to say. So this is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pace is actually going to be faster with the younger generation as well. Like I was mentioning when I was doing the fireside chat with Michelle, I was mentioning that I have a 9-year-old daughter, and I tried to get her introduced to NFTs and Web3 and so on, and like I was just trying to explain to her the principles, and she like got it right away, like because they already understand, they attribute value and meaning to virtual things in a way that we don't necessarily get right away.
Right.
And,
absolutely.
So the transition for them is so much smoother, and
Right.
so the adoption will, I think the speed of adoption will become like really fast, really quick.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, but I think also I'm curious to know that is there a contrarian view that people hold, are sort of the naysayers and metaverse, to say it sort of even further kills the physical interaction, in-person interaction. So there are two sides to the both, to the coin. So are you hearing a lot of that as well?
Yeah, I mean, like there's always going to be that debate. I think that the metaverse is just the evolution of the internet becoming a 3D environment, and then so in that sense, it's a tool, and you can do things in the I think at its best, it's an opportunity to be a hybrid kind of model where basically like you can go into the metaverse and benefit from certain types of experiences and certain things, but that shouldn't necessarily be a replacement to physical interactions. Like for example, I'm a big proponent of the outdoors.
Right.
As a climber, I run an adventure travel company.
How you doing?
Absolutely. And I was also listening that you're a keen mountaineer as well. So am I. I've done plenty of trekking, and I was part of the aerospace, vertical myself. So it's very exciting.
I see the future.
Great interacting with you, and we should definitely stay in touch online and offline as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just learned something about gravity today. Space that I didn't know.
I know, it just totally captivated me as well.
And all about the inner air.
Yeah, I didn't know we had stones inside.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Hello, everybody. I know you can all hear me. Please, we will have to rejoin the event with the code that I just printed right here. We are waiting for you there, okay? This code right here. Can you all see the code?
Yes.
Nope.
It should be above me right now. I will send you in a message, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Hilly. We're all hopping in one by one.
Hi.
Okay, we're back. Thanks, everybody.
Can't wave. Cannot wave.
You can't wave. That's right. You're on a keyboard. You can't wave. I'm like,
I
gosh,
can do
don't
like
be
this.
rude.
Trying
Yeah,
not to
shake your
wave.
head.
Even
Oh,
that
it's
I
so
can't
funny.
do.
Oh, that's funny. Yes. So you couldn't dance on the last bit because you can't wave your arms.
Well, I went down and I did like this on the music. I don't know if it came across that it was
There you go.
in the right.
You did, yeah.
In the
Yeah.
right rhythm, but
Yes,
here we
it
go.
is a new code.
That's
I've
great.
shall I send it to you?
This is so funny. People are coming in on top of each other. You got someone who came in on top of you.
No, this is I've sent it. I've just sent it to you again, Maria.
They're popping in
I'm
on
just
you.
tell everybody to log on to this code.
So how many are you in the same room actually? Are you bumping into each other?
Good question. No, we are in a hotel boardroom. So there's probably 10 or 12 of us. And we've got two rooms, so we can kind of go in and out.
Joseph?
Yeah, Joseph's staring. He's just standing there.
Say anything.
He's not saying anything. He's just standing there. All right.
Joseph, speak. Speak to us.
I am almost like a creeper.
Oh, it's like
Because-
1 in the morning
because of the
there.
time.
Yeah. You don't look sleepy.
That might be the
Thanks
benefit.
to the avatar.
The benefit of another time.
Aisha! Looking good.
Yeah, she's dressed for the occasion. Her audio
Yes.
has not been.
She's even got the
active.
fingernails. Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi.
No, keep it.
Omar's back.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, Aisha's just staring at me like
Hey,
a
sorry,
creeper now
can
too.
you hear me?
Abdul, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear
You're
me?
the focus of attention.
Yes, I can hear you.
My Oculus ran out of
Perfect.
battery.
Hi, my name is Gaurav. Where are you from?
Can you give
You're
me privileges?
I'm from Dubai. Where are you from?
You just don't
I'm
have
from
the
India.
impression they're paying attention. But
Oh, hi.
Well, I think your sound is.
أنا بس مش عارف
glitchy.
دلوقتي
What do you do for
أحاول أشوف
yourself?
أعرف
In and
أجيب
out. It might be important to mention.
Yes, I'm gonna be on the panel, the next panel right now.
Okay, fantastic. And what are you going to talk about?
I'm going to talk about basically our project, which is the first hybrid project in this region that's going to be commercial usage and within the
I like your
metaverse too.
username, Space Mama.
Okay,
Is that what's over my head when you click on me?
Yeah, it's a bit exciting, but it's about 3 a.m. here, and I slept maybe I'm almost 24 hours awake
Thanks.
now.
Yes, I've had it since the beginning of Twitter.
Yes, it's 4:30 a.m. here. I've been up, since the beginning of the event, so it's been a long night.
Yeah, true.
It's been
But exciting one,
It's
honestly.
actually 4 a.m.
Really exciting.
Absolutely, yeah.
4 a.m.
I agree. Where else will you get a combination of great talks and a rock concert on a street, so to say? All in one.
Exactly. And a lot of nationalities and ethnicities that are all in one place. This is amazing.
Yes.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
This is
yeah,
really
I've been like
exciting.
trying to
Is
fix
this
my
the first
microphone.
event for you in the metaverse as well? Or
Yes, it is, in fact.
Okay.
What about your
Yeah,
son?
After this.
Same here.
Right?
This is the first event.
No,
for me.
it's amazing, right?
4 a.m.
Yes, it is. And I'm actually honestly using my laptop today, and it's actually not all that
I don't
bad.
know about a portal to a shark.
This is not that bad at all,
You
honestly.
seeing that?
It's amazing.
I don't know what that is.
See, I'm an iPad user, but I think I should
Shark
get me a desktop soon.
I don't think that's on the agenda, so I'm not going to click.
Yeah, because the cool thing was, I don't know if you noticed, when the music was going on, and I actually had headphones on. When the music was going on, when I would look left, I could see the music change I have no idea how they've been able to do it. So I look left, when I look right, when I'm looking in the front, the music is actually moving from my left ear to right ear. So brilliant.
Yes, it's amazing, honestly. Like Metavisionaries really made the vision come true.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a great platform, right? All spaces where
Yeah, 100%. So what do you do?
I'm part of the pharmaceutical ecosystem. I drive digital adoption and technology adoption across pharma organizations.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
And the aerospace
interesting.
organizations. So that's what I do.
Oh, very interesting. I think it's a difficult industry, to be honest.
It is, and I think it's in the limelight for the good reasons, but not always.
True. You have a point. But if it's your passion, I think it's easy.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. So I think, so I think this is, like you said, it's a difficult industry from a technology adoption perspective, right? It's been paper-based for so long. Getting people to change is
100%.
a big task. And I think channels like this, will really help because, people
Hi,
can
with
then
the
try
connection.
out different things and experiment without having the fear to really fail. And that will
Sure.
get them closer to technology.
A glitch or
Oh, some people think technology is a bad thing, but technology makes life very easy if you use it in the right way, to be honest.
Absolutely. It was supposed to be a productivity booster, and I think that's what it's done. But I think people take it to the extreme, and I think that's what creates the negativity.
We've got Omar.
100%, 100%. And I think it's us who should make the change, the social change and social impact of the usage of technologies prior to anything else.
Yes, absolutely. I actually, while in the event, while listening to music, I actually just posted on LinkedIn as well about the event.
Oh wow!
I'm hoping that people will, understand this much more and start
for
trying
sure,
to
of
adopt
course.
and
Are you actually home, Yusuf?
open-minded to it. So.
Of course, feel free to add me on LinkedIn. So it's the same name. What name that comes up on the screen?
Let me check. One sec. Marwa AI. That's what is coming right now. I'll maybe
I'll send you a message with my LinkedIn name, so you can just add me.
Sure, I can do that right away. Actually, online right now. LinkedIn.
Here you go.
Can I learn how to read this? I will get
Hey, Mark.
What happened?
It was a great talk.
Oh, how are you, Zaid? How are you? Thank
You find it, or?
I'm good. I was checking out your Instagram.
Yep, I think I did.
You're really cool, man. I really like your story.
You in Dubai,
Thank you so much.
social entrepreneur, economic growth. Is that the one?
Yes, that's it. Yes, exactly.
Right.
When I was listening to
I
your
see you
session,
don't
I
have your
just thought
picture
I'd
there.
just
but
stalk
yeah.
you.
Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah.
Your picture is not coming up
Where are
on
you,
the
where are
LinkedIn.
you connecting from?
Oh, that's so weird.
I'm connecting
If you
from
can add
Karachi,
me, let me
Pakistan.
see, 1 second.
Okay.
My network.
Yeah.
Amazing. Are you friends with
Okay.
Like, how did you get to know the project?
Okay, here, I got you, yes. Digital
Once we got in
transformation
touch,
PNL owner, right? Marketing?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
yeah. They asked me to
Perfect.
send them a song which they're apparently, I think, sending in space to the International Space
That was
Station.
very impressive profile, by the way.
Yes, that's right.
So
I think
one of those.
Oh, thank you very
Doing a
much.
lot of
on the
things.
7th, I think, right?
A lot of good work.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm trying to be active in the private and governmental sector to, in fact, to do that changes.
Absolutely. If there's any way I can help and I
Honestly,
can
I'm not
contribute, let me know.
expecting.
Of course, yeah, we can catch up after this. You have my LinkedIn, just drop me a message anytime, and then we can jump on a call or a Zoom call, and let's see what we can do, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
you
Absolutely. Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay,
Perfect.
So,
I am logging in from my.
So I'm going to sort of
Irina.
a little 5 minute
Yeah.
break. We'll grab a cup of coffee.
Thanks so much for a very nice session. I really enjoyed
Yeah,
it.
true.
you-
I've been drinking coffee
super.
all night, to be
Enjoyed
honest. Arabic coffee, let's say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So yeah, so let's
All right,
let's.
all right, Marwa.
All right, nice meeting you.
We've sort of lost everyone by the look of it. I'm not sure what's happening right now.
Well, we're on a break, 10-minute break, so we're coming back. We're all starting to settle back in and come in.
Okay.
But,
All right. Are you staying?
there should be others coming back.
Okay. Cool. There was a little bit of confusion in our session about when the panelists were to come down.
Where in Egypt?
But I think, all in all, for a first time round,
Well,
I think we
yeah,
did-
of
we did
course.
brilliantly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, that just takes a little work, coordination. Once you get the handle, once you get the, hang of it, it's going to look
Yeah.
great.
It's pretty exciting to just be able to have these kinds of global conversations now, because we're finding that all of the people who are gathering have got this
I mean, who doesn't want to see
in
the
common about saying that the entrepreneurial mindset is essential.
Sure.
It's going to be one way of really leveraging and spreading the word about it.
Indeed. First of many. Well, I just thought I'd say hi.
Yeah, I'm glad you were able to get your goggles sorted in the end, and you could be here.
Yep, got it all sorted out. They made it happen.
Wonderful.
And,
Alrighty.
and how's it like?
I'll send an email to everyone to thank
And
everyone.
are you guys like allowed to fly
later on.
drones over the perimeter or something?
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Okay. Cool.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Cheers.
Which you must have, right? Blogger.
I mean, technically anybody can get it, but you have to apply.
Hey, Arena, how are you?
Good. Gareth, you're still here. I'm
Yeah.
surprised.
Have you seen it? This has been an amazing experience. Thanks for bringing me in.
It was great
Oh,
talking with you, Omar.
you're welcome. And well, thank you for, getting yourself enabled for it. Did you see my WhatsApp message?
No, actually, I didn't.
A little while ago? Yeah, just asking if you wouldn't mind just holding off on the LinkedIn posting. Because yesterday I did the same thing and they just asked me to hold off till next week until they've got the actual launch properly ready to go.
Okay. Yeah, so I actually already did post on LinkedIn. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to
What's up, Marwa?
not mention anything specific? Or?
I'm good.
No, I think maybe at this stage,
dozing
just
out.
3 a.m. exactly,
pull the
right?
post and repost it next week.
And I've been up since 5 a.m. today.
Okay.
Oh, you have?
Thanks.
Okay. Well, I have myself, but,
You,
but it's
I
not
don't.
as late.
You won't have got any sleep.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's
Because it's been like
Yeah.
slow morning for you.
being up, so that's fine.
Okay,
I don't
yeah,
know how
I
you
started
guys
at
manage
1.
through the day.
Well,
I have no idea. Just speak to the day, I guess.
Yeah, why
I
not?
started at 1:30. It's 4:30 here.
Absolutely
So.
worth it, right?
Yeah, but it's worth it, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is
Yeah,
definitely.
Well,
worth
it's really nice.
Okay,
This is
Amar.
absolutely the future.
Wasim seems to have some
Oh, thank you.
technical
It's really
difficulties.
nice to
Anyways.
have you on board.
Mm.
Yeah, same here, honestly, and I'm
Okay,
really
it
excited
looks like
for the
we're
panel
about to
now. I think it's
restart,
upcoming,
so
right?
All right,
we'll
and
have a,
I'm not sure if it's
we'll have a
this.
chat
No, I think
later.
there's one
we will do that.
before
Bye,
this.
Arena. Take care.
Okay.
Bye.
Oh, that's fine.
Inshallah.
Next is the panel discussion called
I
Why
heard
We
you're
Leave Earth.
hosting us
Omar, can you hear
live
me?
as well.
Of course, yes. Why not? You're more than
Yeah.
welcome.
Omar,
Well, we'll make it there.
Yes, of
Omar,
course.
can you hear me?
تفضلوا.
الله يخليك.
الدار داركم. الدار داركم.
الله يخليك. So I guess we'll be there on around the 14th, I guess.
14th of June, right?
Yeah.
I'll send you. You don't have my contact?
I do not have your contact.
I'll send you a now message my LinkedIn. Just drop me a message.
Do you have
and
my
then we can
contacts?
coordinate. Huh?
You have my contacts?
No, no, I do not.
Okay. You're gonna drop me a message in LinkedIn.
No, no, I'm just gonna drop you a message right now on the chat with my name, so you can just add me on LinkedIn and
Okay. All right.
Did you get
Let
it?
me. I did, yeah, but let me actually try to do this round outside. Hold on. All right. So if
Welcome back, Wasim. You see host tool on your right of the screen.
that means I'm just.
Click on host tools and then amplify my voice.
Where are they?
Can you guys hear Omar? I can't hear him.
All right, good. Okay. Okay.
Hello?
Now everybody can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, everybody. We can all hear. Right. Let's get to action. Tara, are you on?
Well, I'm on, but I
social
can't
entrepreneur,
hear
right?
anybody.
Yes, I am. I'll just
Economic growth.
Yeah, I can hear you, Umar. Can you hear me?
Under 30.
Hilda, I can hear you. Joseph?
Marwa, you're under 30.
I can hear
Yes, I am.
all of
I
you.
just turned 30 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to log off and log back? Oh, is the volume on? Okay. Tara's just going to go in and go out. Right, guys. Thank you so much. I know. Hey, Assalamualaikum. How are you? Zahir, can you hear me? You can hear me. Right. Firstly, thank you, everybody. We got through our glitch. Tara, can you hear us?
Nope, can't hear you.
Oh, we can hear you.
She's playing around.
Now, Tara, can you hear us? Ah, okay. Wait, is your volume on at the bottom so you can? Like, is it fully on? Yeah, you can hear us now. Okay. Right. Let's start with this panel. Omar.
Wasim, I think Omar is not actually here. I'm not sure.
Omar is there. Omar is there. Oh, I can hear you, Omar. I can hear you.
Yeah, you're here. I can see you and hear you.
Okay, so I think we can all hear each other, I think, right?
Yep, I think so.
Okay. Okay.
I heard the two of you, but I don't hear Omar.
I think Omar just needs to speak up, I think. I think he was talking.
I think he's
Omar?
having an out-of-body experience right now. He'll come back in a second.
No, it's coming up muffly, like it's broken, or you might need to go in and go out. Mara, by the way, I know how late it is for you, so really appreciate you sticking around.
No worries. Anything for Metavisionaries.
Thank you. Zahib, can you hear me?
Yes, Wasim, I can hear you.
Alaikum, how are you?
How are you?
Good to see you. Omar, you good?
Come back to us, Omar.
Omar, you might want to log out and log back in, and then the sound should fix, hopefully.
Joseph, do you know any good jokes?
Like for example,
Actually,
why did the
you can tell
monkey
us
jump
about
out of the tree?
the space flight.
Why did the monkey jump out of the tree?
Why did the monkey what? We can't hear you very well.
Jump from the tree. Jump
Why did the
down.
monkey jump from the tree?
Yeah. Because it was sad.
Or maybe it wanted to get food. It
Mm.
could have been anything.
Omar is restarting now.
Hilda, you've done an incredible job staying up this late. Thank you.
I was doing exercise while Tara was doing her explanations. I felt that was appropriate.
It's perfect.
Where are you back?
Okay. Why we leave Earth?
So this panel, while someone's getting it sorted, is why does space science matter? Why would we leave Earth? Why is it important? Were you good?
I'm good.
Well, if right, give me a second. Abdul, do you think there's a problem with his?
I'm trying to contact him on private. I will check with him his problem.
Okay. Joseph, tell us about the space flight and tell us about how you started with Math too. And we might as well do brief introductions whilst we're starting. So, Joseph, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Okay. So, good morning, good evening, depending where you are hearing this. Here in my time in Malta, it's 1:18 a.m. So myself, I mean,
Yes.
my background is a typical molecular genetics, molecular biology. But in the context of space flight and space bioscience, it all started 2 years ago or 1 year and a half. This is when sort of we instigated or we started our journey to send man's very first experiment to the ISS. So it's a mix between a life science experiment focusing on diabetes type 2 and especially the ulcers or infection that are present in foot ulcers of diabetic patients. And of course, we study the impact or effect of spaceflight on these microbiome, we call them, right? The infection, the bacteria that are present in these ulcers. I mean, the idea caught on. We are a small group of people enthusiastic about using space science to address important aspects of life and medical sciences. And so much so that we are sending a second experiment next week. And so 9th June on a SpaceX CRS-25. So we'll be sending a follow-up experiment as part of Project Smalet. And of course, we are very excited and happy for this second experiment. That's a wrap
Thank
up.
you, Joseph. Thank you. That's fantastic. So let's move on to Hilda. Hilda, you were obviously with us just a couple of weeks ago. And well, no, it wasn't even a week. It was just a week and a half. And we all turned up with like 10 of us. And you graciously hosted us. Thank you. Welcome from Ice Cubes. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Well, thank you. It was such an honor to have you all over and come and visit us. It was really our pleasure. So yeah, I'm Hilda. I'm a researcher from background. And afterwards, after doing research, I was looking for something very dynamic, very interactive, and I ended up in space, and that's exactly what it is, I think. It's very dynamic, very interactive, lots to do, lots to collaborate. And I ended up supporting the European Space Agency in a number of functions. One that was part of the Mission Science Office for the International Space Station for the European Space Agency, and that's where I met Tara as well, while she was for working for NASA Program Science Office. And afterwards, I thought it's actually fun to be able to provide access to space for anybody in the world that wants to do research or test technologies or do some educational, inspirational, artistic projects. And so we have set up IceCube Service, that stands for International Commercial Experiment Service, that gives access to space, and in particular to the International Space Station, where we have a facility for experiments or projects that want to do stuff in space in a fast track manner. And so that's what I'm doing, directing people on what they want to do in space and can do in space, and help them launch it and operate it there.
Amazing. Tara, I want to come to you because what Hilda just said and what Joseph just said, it seems Star Trek, Star Wars, something, you just don't imagine. And the fact that we can touch the stars today, why is that so important? And you know what? If Jim's around, Jim, you're welcome to join as well, just because I think it's fantastic to get your perspective if you're up for it. But Tara, go for it.
Yes, so thanks. When I joined NASA in 2001, definitely all roads to the space were led through, had to go through governments. They were all through governments. The International Space Station started in 2001 or 2000. Just a few months, the first people were put on the space station a few months before I started. So this has been my career. It's been my career. My whole life has been about the International Space Station. Now, in back then when I started, you would have never thought that access could be for anyone to send something to the space station as an experiment. So now, where we are 20 years later, through efforts like Hilda and investigators like Joseph, who have a real passion for wanting to use that unique microgravity platform to advance their research or give more access to people to send their science to space, students as well. They're critical, and so great work to Hildy and great work to Joseph for being the first in Malta. I know that's a pride, a source of pride for your country, and a great. It's going to be a great outcome for research. And for me, having spent so long at NASA, what I really care about as a scientist is making sure we send the best science to the space station, because again, when you take that gravity vector away, there's just no way you can do anything like that. You can't do anything like that here on Earth. I mean, you can control all the variables as a scientist you want here on Earth, but you can't really control gravity, not for long periods of time. So it's an important resource. Hey, Omar, are you back? He raised his hand too. Oh man, he had something to say.
Something to say.
Well, can you speak? Okay, I'll continue, and you're welcome to interrupt me anytime. Jim, we talked about the effects of space for agriculture, cultivation of the soil. In all the excellent work you've done, what would you like to see next? Why is it important to get space curricula into every classroom?
Well, there's many important reasons to do that, but let me just start out by first saying that space is so critical for the survival of the human species. Many people don't really realize what a role it plays. I mean, all the way from being able to navigate on the globe, to be able to communicate quickly around the globe, the ability to actually look at the agriculture of any individual country, determine if you're going to import, export. There's just so many critical things that we learn from our missions orbiting the Earth. And of course, we're monitoring the Earth in many important ways. We're making temperature measurements everywhere on the globe, and that enables us to get the average temperature to determine but the long-term climate changes are occurring on our planet. And that's going to be extremely important for us to understand and what the future of our planet will.
Jim, were you still speaking?
No, I've stopped.
Okay, right. I just made sure glitches. But going on from what Jim said, Joseph, when you started your journey, right? Like the way I look at it, when you think about the stars, it can be even talking about it. In fact, I was talking about asteroid mining just a week ago, and I've been bombarding Hill with all these questions. When you started your journey, what do people think about the work you were doing?
Going on from what Ryan said. Hello?
Yes, Joseph, we can hear you.
Okay. For a moment, I thought I heard background noise. So yeah.
Hello?
So myself, in the context of the opportunities in space.
Omar, we can hear you, Omar.
I think I how to say, I can say space.
So Omar, we can hear you. Joseph, why don't you finish the question, then Omar can take over.
Okay. So should I continue talking?
Yes, please. If you answer the question, and then Omar can take over.
So the question was about asteroid mining, right?
No, the issue was, we talk about these things. I was talking about asteroid mining last week. But my question to you was, when you first started on this journey, what did people think about the work you're doing? What kind of reaction did you get? And now that you've succeeded in doing your first one and you're just launching your second, how is the reaction now?
So I think the reaction for a very long time in the Malta in particular, it was one of sort of, and it still is to an extent, one of all smiles, all jokes. It's like the people initially or originally do not really believe that we are doing this type of stuff. However, when things get real, when people watch NASA live TV or SpaceX live TV, and you see the rocket launching itself, and the experiment is actually in there, I think a large portion of people who seemingly joke or crack smiles seem to be put in place. And here's an ever-growing group of people, I would say, from all different walks of life, who are extremely inquisitive, enthusiastic, wanting to know more. So there is how do you say, there is a hunger for this type of activities, I would say. That's how I would sum it up.
Thank you, Joseph. Omar, did you want to take it away?
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm sorry about the technical issues, but as I was saying initially, I was extremely excited for this session because if you've heard me throughout the event, I'm quite fanatic about space, and it's been a huge passion of mine for a very long time now. And so I wanted to frame this panel by just saying a couple of words. And space exploration has been fairly underway since the late 1950s. Fascination with the stars dates back thousands of years before that. With the Earth facing extreme challenges today, from climate change to inequality, many of us are left wondering why pour so much money and resources into space exploration. And the commercialization of space has further accelerated that debate. So, with the amazing guests that we have today, would love to look at space from a different lens through the eyes of these experts, and hopefully gain insights on the topic from the benefits of their experience, and ultimately shed light on why it's so vital to the sustainability of our species, and how can we potentially transform the world if we put this knowledge into the hands of the many. So I'd love to introduce my esteemed guests, Tara, who you've met already. And I don't know if Tara, you had a full introduction, but Tara is a neuroscientist, an inventor, former associate chief scientist at NASA, a place where she was for over 21 years. And Professor Joseph Borg, who you already heard from already, He is a molecular geneticist and a co-founder of Space Omics. He's an academic and the associate professor of the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Malta. And of course, Dr. Hilda is the business development lead at International Commercial Experiment Cubes, also known as ICE Cubes, which is part of Space Application Services. She holds a PhD in plasma astrophysics and has been working in the space sector for more than 20 years, supporting the European Space Agency as part of their mission Sciences for the International Space Station. Tara, I'd love to start with you. Going back to the theme of the panel, you know, the 60s and 70s were considered, like, by many people, the golden age of space exploration. But some people say that today rivals that era in many ways. What would you say to that, and what are you personally most excited about today in the space field?
Yeah, thanks for the question. You can't compete with the golden the early years of human spaceflight. That was completely uncharted territory and the most exciting thing that anyone could do at the time. And so I can't say how it compares. I wasn't around, no, but I will say today is probably the next biggest wave. And again, you know, I've told people over the last decade or so, I've told scientists, I've told others, man, now's the time to send science to space. If you want to do science in space, it's the International Space Station. It's the time. And I always thought that that was my golden age, but now it's even more interesting. I thought that was our time, but our time is still ahead as we look to NASA and our government agency partners wanting to think about how to send more people to space and develop more access to space, not just through governments, but through commercial providers. So, so I've never seen anything like it in my entire career of how so many people are getting access right now. And so this could be maybe not the golden, but silver silver age, but it's definitely the golden age in my generation.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, I certainly feel that I wasn't around for the golden age, but I've certainly read about it a lot and watched so many movies about it. Professor Borg, next question.
Yes.
I wanna give to you. Most people see space as largely exploration based. I'm talking about, you know, sort of like the general population. When we think of space, we think about, you know, exploring space, and we hear narratives about going to Mars and going back to the moon and so on. And some people don't see that, you know, so relevant to their day-to-day lives, and would argue that it's trivial, or we should be focusing on solving earthbound problems. I'm curious about what you think about this specific thing from your experience.
I would sum this up very neatly, very shortly. I would say that right now and for the foreseeable future, there will always be a large number of people who would not look to space as being a solution or something to invest huge amounts of money. However, it is also inevitable, like it has happened in the past hundreds of years, when Christopher Columbus sailed across the Atlantic and identified new lands, right? Or maybe the British and identified the lands in the Pacific or Australia. And so it goes. So you always have a small number of people who are indeed explorers, and they are essentially identifying new land, whereby they will sort of discover more, and new people will inhabit new land. Of course, that there are pros and cons for about that. But this idea of humans and life identifying or exploring new lands has been, and now, because Earth, for a large part, has been explored, with the exception to the deep abyss and certain oceans, space is the next frontier, essentially. So exploring space, exploring moon, exploring Mars, and also beyond, it is a logical, a natural step to be done, basically. And of course, once done, and once the trailblazers will open the path, inevitably, there will be first the people who are curious enough to wanting to visit, to wanting to land, to wanting to do science or tourists, and slowly this will grow. So this is something which, in our lifetime, we will see people landing on Moon and Mars. Then, of course, how fast it will develop into a niche, a system, that will largely depend on manufacturers, I would say. But it's something. It's like Tara said. So I think the golden days of the 50s and 60s. I think we are sort of. I would call that this time frame that we are living in, the 2020s, is a form of a renaissance period for space, I would say.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, I think that there is there's a sense, at least for me, that space has become a bit more inclusive. As somebody who's has a bit of an exploration background in the mountains, polar regions, and so on, growing up, when I used to read the stories of the sort of the roughy tufty adventures of the hundreds and 200 years ago, it definitely felt like a very exclusive club. You couldn't be part of that. And now when we're looking at becoming a multiplanetary species and so on, we understand that there's a need not just for scientists and engineers and pilots and so on, but we will need teachers, we will need nurses, we will need all kinds of different vocations, and that certainly gives a lot of people the feeling that they can be included in this narrative. Dr. Hilda, your work specifically supports a lot of science in space, like directly, and you've been at this for a very long time. Which experiments have you worked on? And I'm sure you've worked on many that you felt have been the most special to you, and you feel that have had the most impact, perhaps on scientific understanding, or potentially helped raise awareness about a specific field of study.
Yeah, thank you. So I very much resonate with what you said about space becoming more inclusive and this access that's broadening. And in my mind, it's not in the 50s, 60s, we were launching to space, and that was amazing and historic. But what I see and what we witness now, for me, is that we're actually bringing out and you don't see my hands because I'm at a computer. But for me, it's really the whole globe, the culture, the art, the economy is now all expanding into space and agglomerating also space. And that to me is truly exciting. And so one of the examples of one of our very first cubes of ice cubes that I really liked was actually a collaboration between American artists and the International Space University. And they developed an interactive art project with a part in space with a poem and a kaleidoscope. And that kaleidoscope was controlled by a heartbeat from people on the ground. And they would take this ground part of this interactive Earth space art project, they would take it to cultural events and to museums. And I love that idea that people on Earth could interact with an artwork in space through their heartbeat. I thought it was an awesome way to bring space and art in space very close to the people. And so that's really, you said, it becomes much more inclusive and accessible. So it's really science, but I loved how it could engage people for them to interact with space. A more scientific example is an experiment that we recently did where a company was looking, and Tara explained already very nicely about microgravity, so not having a lot of gravity there in the International Space Station. And that company looked at the processes that are related to the culturing of cow cells into meat. So how can we culture meat based on cells without taking animals with us to Mars or without slaughtering animals? So it's very relevant for future space exploration. So for me, it was another really nice example, more scientific, but that also really resonated for me.
That's really amazing. And actually, I really like that one of the examples that you picked is example about the arts, because, traditionally when people think about space, they don't necessarily think about the arts. I mean, we heard sort of a live demonstration today, whether it's through, what Lazarus brought into the equation today, or, Curtis and Angelique, and perhaps we could, you could help us bring home how this could be further sort of illustrated. But there is an anecdote that I've heard from a friend who was doing, was doing a project where she would interview astronauts coming back from space. She did this for 4 years, and a lot of the astronauts that she spoke to said, similar thing, which is like, we wish we had sent poets up to space. And it's because, they felt that, people like that, of a sort of an artistic inclination, would have an ability to describe the beauty of space and the feelings and the emotions that people experience there. And by doing that, it would sort of, it would become sort of, then you kind of include the right brain aspect of it, and you engage people in a much more deeper way. They start to have like these visceral kind of feelings about space. And I think once you activate the brain and you activate the emotions in anything, I think the memories and the experiences of it become much more powerful and much more lasting. And I think, that's, we always talk about, it's very important to do science communication. And I think art has a role to play there, where it can kind of transcend words and transcend information, and deliver something that is very rich, in a way that, potentially, in a way that science complements, I would say. And so just to that point, actually, like to going back to Hilda, like what you were saying, the example that you said about the arts. What other ideas do you think, like, if there's artists listening to what we're saying now, like what are different ways, or even just one example of how artists could get involved?
Oh, I could see so many. We have actually been talking to several museums that they could have one of their rooms on the ground connected to one of the rooms also in space, and have all different types of interactive art going on that people could actually interact with. But also, I mean, we have launched in December an artificial intelligence capability to our facility. Also through that, there's amazing things that can be done at artistic level, but also that touch on, for example, gaming in space, that could also be very an accessible way for people to interact with space, and get to know that there is this possibility to actually access space in this way.
Amazing. Thanks for that. Tara, going back to you, we talked about Metavisionaries being interdisciplinary, and I would say that, from what I've read and we've discussed before, that you have quite a multidisciplinary education. So you have a BS in biology, an MS in mechanical engineering, a PhD in neuroscience, and an MA in anthropology, which actually, if I had to dial back the time, I would probably go back and study anthropology. It's an area of study that's so fascinating to me. So these are quite distinct paths there. I'm curious, like, was there a method to the madness of selecting all of these different things, where you're just simply like very passionate about each one, and you just said, like, I just want to keep, studying all the things that I enjoy?
Well, that's a good question. There really was no method. I being an astronaut. And so I knew from writing letters to NASA as a kid, none of my family had gone to college. So they didn't know what to do with me because I was into space and nobody around me was. so they were like, okay, yeah, give us, we don't know with it. But so I started writing letters to NASA, and it's in me, what an astronaut background was. And they all had these things called a PhD. I didn't quite know what that was, but I knew I needed to get one. But when I figured it out, I figured it out in high school, what I really wanted to go to study, and that was biology and human physiology specifically. And I knew that I had visited the Johnson Space Center in Houston on a field trip because I grew up in Louisiana. So I'd asked an astronaut, what do I need to do to get to be an astronaut? And he said, well, do what you love, because you may not have, it's hard to get to be an astronaut. So just do what you love. And then if you're really good at it, then you apply. And then, if you're lucky, you'll get selected. So what I loved was human physiology. Thanks to high school biology teacher. I went to college, completed my biology degree. And when I was a biology student, I wanted to do some space work. I joined the space clubs, and I was the only biologist student in these space clubs full of engineers. But I had these ideas of stuff I wanted to design for spaceflight, which was exercise equipment. And then we got an opportunity to test it on the Vomit Comet, the parabolic airplane that gives you some microgravity period for a time. And I realized I needed those engineering students to help me build that thing, design and build my ideas. And so I spent time learning and working with them. And when I was going to graduate, I was going to go get my PhD in neuroscience because that's what I really loved. But they actually talked me into applying to get a master's degree in mechanical engineering. They were the ones that talked me into mechanical engineering because I had basically met with them and did it. So I went ahead and did it. And that's how I got the mechanical engineering degree. And now I really was going to go to get my PhD at NASA, but I had also a PhD, but I had submitted a resume to NASA who wasn't hiring. But then as it turns out, they called, they were desperate to hire for a new biomedical systems group at the Johnson Space Center. And they needed someone with both my backgrounds in biology and mechanical engineering to help design exercise and medical equipment. They needed a translator between the medical doctors and the engineers to build that stuff. So, I mean, I wasn't going to pass that up, but that's how I ended up with those two different degrees. Once I got into NASA and I showed them what a good engineer I could be in the first year or so, I applied to get my PhD and did that at the same time in neuroscience as I did engineering. And that's how I ended up with the PhD in neuroscience. Now, archaeology, I did that because I got into the astronaut interview process and was not selected. But there's something about that process, it's a week-long process, that makes you realize, look back on your career, look back on your childhood, look back on all the decisions you made, and it made me ask myself, what else did I love? But if I wasn't going to be an astronaut, I loved my job that I have now, but I used to love archaeology. As a kid, I loved it. And so that's how I ended up actually volunteering first for archaeology expeditions and then going back and get my degree. I'm not doing anything with it right now, but you asked how they all tie together. And anthropology is the study of human behavior. Neuroscience is the study of the brain. And to me, the engineering degree helps translate all of that into something tangible that helps humans. So for me, I think I've always been interested in space because we're human beings and we're all wondering where we're from. And all those different degrees were just different ways to get me there and to get me knowledgeable enough that I can help the human species through spaceflight.
Do you feel, I mean, you studied so many different things, but do you feel when you were studying them that each and everything you studied was interdisciplinary in some way, like that it related to other, other modalities and other fields of study, or not so much?
Yep, I did. I figured if I wanted to be a really great biologist who wanted to build exercise equipment, I needed to know how to use those machines and how to draw and design. And then with the anthropology, how do humans behave? Why do they do what they do? And so to me, yeah, at the time, I was piece parting it together because there was no degree that said, that was like space biology degree, right? You're piece parting it all together. And I actually think that's a really good approach, is piece part that interdisciplinary nature, because it's becoming more and more important in the world that all these different work together to solve problems, not these scientists in their own little corner, doing tiny little molecular things, or the engineers who are building machines that could be cool one day, but for what reasons, when the anthropologists are saying we've got all these social problems and earth-based problems that we need solutions for, and none of them talk to each other. What a shame. So humanities and science and art, they all need each other for very, very important reasons. And so I think that was, I was piece parting it all.
Very cool. And speaking of molecular things, I'll go back to Professor Borg. As a molecular geneticist, how do you think, I mean, has space allowed you to further your work and research? And where do you think the future of science in space will evolve from where we are today?
I think this is a huge how to say topic. I heard with great interest Jim Green mentioning the twin studies. Incidentally, I know one of the persons also was part of the twin study, Chris Mason, a good colleague of mine who works in Weill Cornell medicine. And I mean, us humans being people who we are, and of course, what constitutes life is in essence the DNA and cell, which is the basic unit of life, right? and be it humans, be it plants or animals or whatever. So studying the unit of life in the context of space has enormous implications and applications. And some of these applications can be brought back down to Earth for medical, for health, or for other fundamental biology questions. And some of these applications can further push the boundary for humans to do at least one of two things. One, remain longer in space, so try to exceed the 1 year in space, because we all know that spending a year in space is really heavy on the muscles, on the bones, on the vision. So I mean, the body as we are is not really made or built to remain in space. And secondly, to also enable us to go further and deeper. So we all hear about going to the moon and stay, or having boots on the ground, or going to Mars and stay there. I mean, this is a lot of really exciting talk, but of course we need to also walk or fly this talk, right? So we need to sort of study more and adapt more humans to be sort of enhanced and be able to thrive in these type of harsh environments in space. And of course, studying the genetics, the DNA, and studying all things molecular will definitely facilitate all of these possibilities and plans that we have.
So from what I hear you saying is that the fragility of the human body, in essence, is one of the biggest bottlenecks that we have now, or the biggest the conundrums that we have to solve in order to be able to stay longer and go
It's
further in
huge.
space.
It's a huge thing. So far and to date, no human astronaut has spent much longer than a year. How to say? At a stretch, right? At one time, we do have astronauts who went to space for a year and went back down to Earth. And after a certain period of time of recovery and rebuilding their immune system and building back the muscle and bone, then you can travel once again. But as we are, a year in space is a long time already. However, there are ways and means how this can be mitigated or adapted. Now, there can be many, how do you say, uh, possibly ethically issues or exciting things that one can perturb or tamper with, and these would include some form of genetic editing or gene enhancing therapy, which we are using it right now to treat and cure disorders. Now, if we consider that the humans in space is a sort of a disorder or a condition, that through space we are becoming frail or fragile and also, how to say, like a malady. Using these type of tools will most certainly help.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at. I think a lot of people are thinking about Mars missions being something like that happening in sort of like in a decade, or sort of just a little bit over that. That sort of time frame. If we're talking about Mars, we're talking about 7 to 8 months to get there, and similar time
Exactly.
to get back. So there's
Exactly.
probably you have the argument, which is like we've sent rovers up there, but they move very slowly and cover very little ground, and they can't necessarily think on their feet in the same way human beings do, and so this is why we need boots on the ground. Do you think that do you think that some of the challenges that you're seeing in terms of the nature of the human body can be solved in a material way, or is the future of space more sort of robotic and or human augmented in some ways?
I think the future of space, at specifically Mars, I would say it will heavily depend on robotics and machines. Most probably these will be sent in advance or before humans actually land, and in so doing, these will sort of pave the way and build structures that will facilitate the presence of humans on land. And then, just like you said, so having the actual people on land, I think this will, how to say, it will make the difference between being there, physically there, conducting the work, doing the science, as opposed to controlling it remotely, which will be done, but both will have their pros and cons. And going to Mars, I would still strongly link this back to when I said earlier on that humans are built to explore, wanting to identify, discover new land, and that is what they will do. So, as opposed to just sending a rover or a robot, which we have been doing for many years now, I think the next step is to actually physically visit these places. Huh?
Amazing. We're talking. I want to ask Dr. Hilda like the next question. Like we're talking about the next frontiers in terms of space, in terms of the science that can be done, and already, Doctor, from everything that you've said so far, that the technologies that you've developed with ice cubes and the experiments that have been done, these are things that have been used far and wide already. What do you think? A couple of things. Like, what do you think? For you guys, what do you think is the next use cases that you see in the future? And then looking a little bit further down into the future, like if you were like dreaming into further a bit into the future, what do you think is possible in your field of work, or what you hope to see in a further time frame?
Yeah, so I would see two directions. The direction where we go best use of the space environment for us here on Earth. And we have access to this unique environment of space where we do not need to deal with gravity, which is rather unique here on Earth. We always have this gravity. And so this environment where you don't have to deal with gravity, it allows for certain research and applications that we simply cannot do here on Earth. And one example that we are also working on, and that I think is a very nice use case where I see a lot of applications, is everything that relates to cell culturing for drugs development and drug testing. So here on Earth, a lot of that still happens in two-dimensional dishes or flasks, but you can imagine that if you go in this environment where there is no gravity, that it's easier actually to grow and to do cell culturing in 3 dimensions, which is much more representative of our body. And that environment where you can more easily create 3D cell cultures, that can be used to do drug discovery, drug testing. And so it's one of the platforms that we are also developing, where we will be culturing, for example, organoids, so like mini organs in space, and that we will be able to allow for drug testing on these organoids that are built from human stem cells, so you can really do research related to personalized drugs or personalized medicine. So for me, that's one of the future use cases that I think is extremely interesting. More thinking in the first direction of space exploration, I think what Professor Borg was indicating, everything that relates to in-space manufacturing. How will we be making things in space in the future, whether that's materials like 3D printing housing, but also 3D bioprinting. For example, I was saying about these organoids. I mean, would we one beautiful day be able to maybe 3D bioprint organs in space under this environment of where we don't need to deal with gravity? So all of these are fantastic future use cases that we are working on and or coming off.
Yeah, amazing. That's quite fascinating. Like, I mean, you guys, all of you have mentioned some like amazing applications and use cases and so on. Like, what would you say like is the most important thing to do, or the key success factors in getting this more into the public consciousness and making it getting that like that mass buy-in into understanding truly the importance of space for everyday life? like any one of you wants to take it, or Dr. Hilda or Tara or Professor Borg.
I've got a thought on that. The key is to so the key is to show the key is to show people how space affects their everyday lives, right? Now they kind of get the idea with the phone and the GPSs and the technology, but not exactly. They don't know someone who's been treated or cured of something medical because of space. They just don't know that. They don't know these people. So to them, what's coming out of space isn't part of everyday life that's important to them that they can recognize, right? You take their cell phones away, that's another thing they'll recognize. But the key to being able to do more research that benefits people where it hits their medical lives, or saves a loved one, is to make space access to space affordable. And so to do that, we need transportation that is a rocket that you can use over and over again. And SpaceX has proven is proving this out. And it's just beginning, right? And others are following now. But making space routine, making access to space routine. So you can send experiments doing all kinds of things, discoveries that'll impact more and more people's lives every day, making it more routine, making it more cost effective, easy to get the samples down, easy to analyze them in the labs. This has been a challenge for the space station of the past 20 years. As much of a wonderful laboratory it is, it's constrained by mostly transportation and the cost of transportation, because we have rockets that we only use once, and that costs money. So to me, access to space, any way we can do it, cheaper, faster, more routine, is going to impact more lives every day.
Interesting. And do you think that the commercialization of space will help with that, or do you think the adding the profiteering element to it will make that is it a foregone conclusion that the more commercialization that happens, that things will get cheaper, or not necessarily, because things will get productized and commercialized in a different way?
No, I'm optimistic. I mean, look at the airline industry. You've seen, massive government investment in the airline industries. In the beginning, only the people who could afford to fly could, and until they flew over and over again, and it became now most of us, are able to access flights. Are not exactly affordable around the world yet, but majority, a lot of folks can do it. So, I'm an optimist. I like to think that there will be exploitation by the commercial partners, the commercial industry of space. But I'm also a realist and know that humans, when an opportunity, it's hard to pass up. So there will need to be, for better or worse, I hate the word regulation, of the way some of these things are going to go in the next 5 to 10 years, about how we call commercialize low Earth orbit, or the area around Earth. Moon and Mars will be a whole different conversation, but conversations are probably going to start around these commercial entities that want to put their own space station up in space. But ethics, ethical guidelines are another one. Are we crowding up the low Earth orbit? Are people safe when they fly with these companies? Who regulates all that? Those are conversations that we're in the beginning of right now. So I'm optimistic that we're going to get more benefit out of it than not.
Okay, amazing. But you wanted to add something? Please go ahead.
No, I totally agree, and in fact, it's a huge and exciting decade that we are living in, because just like Tara mentioned, the commercial aspect is really booming out of the skies in this decade. So there are at least 4 or maybe 5 different big company names that are all being part of orbiting space stations. So these are over and above the ISS. Not to exclude also an orbiting station by China, and possibly by other countries as well. So I mean, having the orbit around Earth being crowded by stations, and somehow these stations need to be manned or crewed, and they need to have ongoing science in them. So I think there's a huge opportunity for academia and for private sector to fly up their ideas, fly up their products, conduct, just like Hilde mentioned, be it 3D printing of material or 3D printing of organoids or biological material. So I think it's a huge thing, and we're going to witness some very exciting stuff in this decade of ours.
And I think to link it also to your to education, for me, what is also really important, and Tara touched on that, is really to bring it into the rooms, the classrooms, even the homes. I mean, Professor Borg can actually send commands from his home, if he likes, to his cube in space, and that for me is really to bring these type of solutions and to bring the science that comes with it and the education to the fingertips of anyone. That for me is really crucial to allow people to understand how accessible it is and what the value is of going to space and why we are doing that. And for me, that's also what is at the forefront of the metaverse and Metavisionaries, is to bring this education to the fingertips. And that's, I think, why we synchronized so nicely, because that's really for me key to make this part of space science accessible and education, and part of the education.
Amazing. This has been really insightful and also helpful for me to understand some of the the nuances of this. I just the last thing, and I would love to hear, like, to as a conclusion, to like hear from you, just sort of wrap up thoughts on something like our audience of this session, and certainly like the audience of Metavisionaries going forward will be students that are sort of plugging in. What would you say, like what would be sort of like parting words, something that you would say to students in terms of how would they is this something they should be excited about? How could they use this platform, and in what ways really can this platform help to do certain things that potentially couldn't have been done before? That is a value add. In what way do you think, in your view, in what way do you think that it makes it potentially different, or makes it unique than, let's say, because online education has been around for many years. What is it really here with the metaverse, for example, and the interdisciplinary nature of it, that can really bring something home or really create an impact?
I mean, for me, I was when we started, I was sitting. I'm in the Netherlands, and I was sitting to somebody who was actually in Dubai. That's a very weird experience, but I think that's fantastic in terms of inspiration. And then to link it to the accessibility of space and space research, I mean, that for me is of such a inspirational value. It can only I can only imagine it excites. I mean, for me at personal level, I love that feeling of we jump, we do not know where we will end up and what will be resulting, but we jump, we try, and we push. And for me, that's really, I mean, in this metaverse, that's what automatically will happen, because people will interact, will collaborate all over the world, and we'll be talking to people that they have never met, could not have met otherwise, and things will spark from that, I'm sure. So yeah, I see a lot of value there.
Amazing. Professor?
I think I tend to agree with what Hilde just said, so not much to add on that note. And yes, from personal experience, I think in Malta, the fact that we involved and roped in a large number of schools and other entities in these projects, and you offer them or you give them the space available to also sell their ideas, their projects, their art, you can truly see how space can benefit all, not just in practical terms, but also from an inspirational and educational point of view. So I'm a strong believer on that as well.
Amazing. Tara, leave some parting words to you.
Yeah, so for the students of today, you're going to be growing up, and by the time you are going to be entering the workforce, we will be very much back on living on the moon and looking to go to Mars. So imagine what you love now, and imagine what you might be doing on Earth that you love now, and imagine yourself then maybe doing it in space on the moon. It's not just low Earth orbit. You know, NASA and our partners are going back to the moon to stay longer, then we're going to Mars. So anything you see that needs to happen that's getting the job done for humans on Earth will need to be done to get the job done on the moon too, and Mars, and in a different way, because designing for space is so hard and it's a great challenge. Yeah, there's a student that told me the other day she wanted to be a moon Sherpa. Like, a moon Sherpa? What's a moon Sherpa?
Oh, wow.
She said, yeah, I want to study geology of the moon, evolution of the moon systems, and then be that person, that tour guide for the travel people or the tourists who want to visit the moon and learn about the moon. I'll show them around. Like, that is something that does not exist like today. I mean, it does here on Earth, but I mean, I count on these students to be that next generation and to think big like that. And the metaverse, the platform that we have now, we've created this beautiful dome from nothing. Genius designers have created this in a way that brought us all together from around the world at different time zones. Some of us are trying to fall asleep right now. Stay with us. It's 4 a.m. and but it's when you put the headset on, as funky as it feels in the beginning, it totally starts to become natural. And in a world like this, it invites all types of learners and all types of, whether you're a beginner or a gamer, it invites you all, and you can create a beautiful space that you can all come together with the common goal of whatever that is you want to learn or create or plan. And that's what's beautiful about this platform.
Thank you so much, Tara. I think that's an amazing high note to end on, and I really appreciate the three of you. This has been really inspirational and informative. I hope everybody feels the same. We're not done yet. I'm gonna hand over to our great Wasim. If you can come forward here and introduce the next session. Thank you so much for the three of you, and I'll see you again very, very soon.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tara, Joseph, Hilda. Thank you so much for staying up. It was absolutely fantastic. Fantastic panel, guys.
Thank you.
Right. So what we're going to do is we have one final fantastic panel. We have guests who've stayed up from Dubai, and we've got people here in DC. And we're going to do that right after we have the fantastic human being who's going to be joining us right now. Wiz, would you come to the stage? Wiggs, thank you so much. I know it's late for you as well. Just for all of you who don't know, and you will know, Wiggs is an Alexandrian native from Al Wadian in Egypt. He has skyrocketed from a voice amongst a new wave of Egyptian underground hip-hop artists to chart-topping pop star in under 4 years. By the way, I spent time with us in his house. This kid is absolutely fantastic. From where he's come from to where he's gone, he should be inspiration for many. He's done over 1 billion streams. He's got a fantastic ethos for constant reinvention. And it's clear to me now, Wiggs' music, his lyrics, they speak to his generation and how this leads to his performances embodying a brave young culture which is ever eager to be set free. Wiggs, such a pleasure to have you. I'm going to let you take the stage.
راسي مدينة شوارع الذكريات عندي زمان القبر وتيت جروف الممنوع ما فيش وقت لو امشي لابس 5 ساعات. خلصت اللعبة من زمان بس مستقصي الكلام مش كتير هيساعدوك طول الطريق. اي حاجة ببلاش صاحبي ناخد منها كتير. الاحلام مجانا وانا حلمت اكون امير. بقينا ملوك وبننفذ على كبير. جابوا عليا بيضة وحجر لعبت ابراكادابرا بعمل اللي يصير. انا سيناترا انا والظروف بنعيش مخاطرة. دنيا رفع سلاحها انا محارب مخاطرة. تيجي وتروح احنا اصحاب المطرح. اسكندرية تجيبش غيرها بطرة. حرام في الكاس حلال بالقطرة. لا يحميني من الموالة والمناصرة. 21 ولساني 60 ولساني سكين ولساني لو تقدر بنعجز ونشيل. بنعجز ونكسح وبتيجي تتمسح. بتمسك واسيب بتملك وابيع بنفل الحبيب. العيشة ربيع. اخويا في حشيش اخويا في مشاكل بسألنيش كلمين. اخويا في مساكن شباب على المراكب والحارس بيراقب لو ما مش بعيد. السحب غرقانة وانا في الغريق زودنا في السرير. وابني 165 راسي بس 100. قال بيبعت كتير عشان على قد النية. لسه بياخدوني بالشك لسه بكتب اغنية بحط فيها الامال والهم اللي فيها. امتى يا فرنسا امتى روح باريس امتى بيع كتير امتى بيع بالغالي امتى تكون حلال اقدرش اعيش وحيد. صحابي رجالة وصحابي عتالة وصحابي يا دولة ومن هنا لبكرة بحكي ما فيش. احنا نبنوا حضارات جوانا الشكات حكام الامارات. بس الفرصة تجيلنا واحنا في البراء. على تويتر بقول المفيد وبوز الحكيم وبوز الجديد. بنمثل وبنسبح ركز في التعليم. كان هيفوتني كتير كان هيفوتني الناس كان هيفوتني الأسر كان هيفوتني الكاس. ما تأمنيش انك هتسيبيني في حالة وترجعيلي في نفس الحالة. حالة انا بغير العالم. ما تأمنيش انك هتسيبيني في حالة وترجعيلي في نفس الحالة. حالة انا بغير العالم. بغير العالم. 21 ولساني 60 ولساني سكين ولساني لو تقدر بنعجز ونشيل. بنعجز ونكسح وبتيجي تتمسح. بتمسك واسيب بتملك وابيع بنفل الحديد. العيشة ربيع. اخويا في مشاكل بس المشكل مين. اخويا في مساكن شباب على المراكب والحارس بيراقب لو ما مش بعيد. الصحاب غرقانة وانا في الغريق زودنا في السليم. بفتنا تعشر المظابيط يا سمك شعره يا مصابيط. ضبع بسعر المقاطيع لو انت بابا طب انا مين. مش نفس اللقمة نتساوي يا لحمة نية ما تستوي. قلت الحلو النسكويك صدري واسع واحتوي. الشغل شغل الحق سنة العين بالعين والدية طلع. شمال افرك الحركة بلد شدة واسد واستكركر عالتلفزيون وعالثبات. مفتوش الرجا في اكشنات انتوا عارفوا في الشماعات. نص تراب نص برام ورديات. انا سني صغير عمري قصير طفولة جف عليك اتغير. انا عالحافة وراسي متحير قاطع ودني بايدي كله مقير. يا غزلتي يا سهرانة مش ست السكرانة. انا مصرف حصالات كعوبي نايكي وغدارات. طلع الشيات طلع الغبية العب بالغزالة العب بال700. من غير ما اتمرن يابا هو الجمهورية 5 ورديان جاي و5 متراس جاي. تحية واصلة بدري للجهات الخطر، مش تحية للرجالة اللي تاكل لي زلط. ياكل معانا بطل ونجوعوا اللبط في جطة طيرة دي عطارة وصول القبر. جايبك دورك جاي ضارب من كله انا ضارب حي. شايف سحابة انا مغيب انا مغيب بلا حي. قلبك جايبك دورك جاي ضارب من كله انا ضارب حي. شايف سحابة انا مغيب انا مغيب بلا حي. على الاساس اجي مشي على الحديدة اجي من الليل على الوشوش نيجي نشيل على العيال تيجي ميل. بفتنا تعاشر المظابيط يا سمك شعر يا مصابيح. ضباع بسعر المقاطيع لو انت بابا طب انا مين. مش نفس اللون ما نتساويش ثواني نايا ما تستويش. قلت الحلو النسكويك صدري واسع واحتويك. شغل الحق صنع العين بالعين والدية طلع. شمالة فرقة الحركة بركة مش الدواسة دوست كركر. وارث كفكة قائد مافيا ادفنها في وشه في عينه الطافية. بطني شبع النية صافية العين مليانة زهدة رسينة. الغيرة عمياء ومحسن زمن مر سنين كتير بيلكوا حالهم ولا يسر. على قفاك اللوجو جسمك ولا يغر. نفذ ما تأمرش انت تخل وما بتصرش. بتتلهوج ما بتصبرش مخك جثة ما تعصرش ما تعصرش ما تعصرش. بفتنا تعاشر المظابيط يا سمك شعر يا مصابيح. دفع بسعر المقاطيع لو انت بابا طب انا مين. مش نفس اللون ما نتساويش ثواني نايا ما تستويش. قلت الحلو النسكويك صدري واسع واحتويك. شغل الحق صنع العين بالعين والدية طلع. شمالة فرقة الحركة بركة مش الدواسة دوست كركر. حية واصلة بدري للجهات تحية للرجالة اللي تاكل لي زلط. تاكل معانا بطل ونجوعوا اللبط في جطة طيرة دي عطارة وصول القبر. جايبك دورك جاي ضارب من كله انا ضارب حي. شايف سحابة انا مغيب انا مغيب بلا حي. قلبك جايبك دورك جاي ضارب من كله انا ضارب حي. شايف سحابة انا مغيب انا مغيب بلا حي.
Wasim, we can't hear you if you are talking.
Sorry,
Please
just
unmute
1
yourself
second. Yeah,
and
yeah,
put
I'm
yourself
unmuted.
on
Just
amplify, please.
yeah, I'm unmuted now. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to be with you.
I can hear you now, but just amplify your voice.
Sorry, guys. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just moving location, and I'll be right with you. And we're ready for this final panel. Right, all. Let's get this final panel done. Really looking forward to this. Everything we did today is really a reflection of what we were going to put together. So with that, I'd love to invite our panelists for the future, how the future will be affected by the metaverse. So first of all, Wiggs, thank you so much for that performance. With that, first of all, I'd like to invite Professor Bo Brennan. And then I'd like to invite Noor Musa. And of course, the amazing Marwa, who is the CEO of Garden City. Thank you so much for being awake and really looking forward to the session. So welcome. Wonderful. So this session is focused on the metaverse and the future in terms of what effect the metaverse will have. So I'd like to start with Professor Brennan, who I encountered through an article that I read specifically about micro-credentialing and NFTs. Professor Brennan, if you'd like to start with some words and give people a context, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here, and what a cool experience. I know there's so much work and energy that goes into I was muted. How's that? Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So I want to thank everybody for all the work that went into building this. And so I just want to tell you a quick story about a group of university students who ditched their noontime lecture. Of course, this never happened to me, but they didn't ditch to go surfing. They didn't ditch to go play video games. It was to go learn elsewhere. So off they went, and with a simple NFT, they had access to a vast network of people, ideas, connections to build and problems to solve in this aesthetic and immersive environment. But why would they ditch the traditional learning? Why would they spend time to learn elsewhere when they were already paying enormous amounts for it? Was the grass really green on the digital side, or was this just choosing dopamine over duty? Now, here's the kicker. This is not the first time in history this has happened. The English coffee houses in the 17th and 18th century earned this moniker of penny universities, because for the price of a penny, it earns you admission into the coffee house. And these students from local universities, good ones, mind you, had access, therefore, in these coffee houses for the price of a penny to all these diverse individuals from different social classes and industries and parts of town. They're all discussing the latest ideas and scientific discoveries. And there was this genuine interest in exchanging new ideas, collaboration, as opposed to worrying about your status, your pedigree, your credentials. It also didn't hurt that everyone was caffeinated, but I digress. So these university students would often ditch their traditional lectures to go to this inclusive and immersive and accessible coffee house. And I want to propose that university students very soon will ditch the traditional lectures, not to get coffee, but to go to the metaverse. Again, why would they do this? I think at its core, it's one word: hospitality. Now, I have in mind not the idea of the hospitality sector like hotels or restaurants, hospitality as in Southern hospitality or setting tea. I'm defining this in terms of a worldview change. See, hospitality at its core is about receiving guests and strangers, exhibiting and extending a generosity of spirit, and creating the space to express genuine interest in one another. And this is part of what draws a student to leave their structured lecture and opt into an unconventional world of learning. That feeling of belonging, even when you don't really feel like you belong, is incredibly empowering. As was the case in the penny universities, there was a sense that regardless of your education level or from where you came, you, yes, you, have meaningful experiences and ideas to share and contribute. In other words, in this environment, students became non-fungible. That word has become a little more ubiquitous lately because it represents the N and the F in NFT, a non-fungible token. In short, something that's fungible is something that's interchangeable. To give an example, if I have a $10 bill, it can be interchanged with two $5 bills. There's nothing inherently special about the $10 bill. You just want to receive proper exchange from it. But see, it doesn't always work like that in other areas. When we talk about art or property and, of course, human beings, these are not interchangeable and replaceable things. They are unique, and we have ways of identifying and ensuring their uniqueness. So, of course, in the real world, we have a deed, which represents ownership of a house. We have a title, which represents ownership of a car. And so in the digital world, an NFT is proving ownership in this digital world, and it has real world implications. So as we venture into a more digital world with more shared ownership, people need to be able to take ownership of their education. And that's a key value of Metavisionaries. And as Wasim kind of brought up, that's what led me here. The education system, as brought up in the first panel, has tried to kind of churn out educated people like widgets, like it's a factory. And in the pandemic, as was discussed, kind of exposed some things and gave us a chance to pause and ask, is this really the best way? And because we have these resources and technology we've never had before, there is a moral obligation, I believe, to use it to educate, not in the same way of mass producing widgets, but to educate non-fungible human beings, each with dreams, hopes, visions. It's our responsibility to kind of foster these things within them. And so again, I just want you to imagine not a coffee house, but a world where people from all over the globe share and learn together with a common vision to improve our real world. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much for that. And I think it really sets the tone for this panel. I talked about earlier in the complex problems we're facing. And these problems are universal. They're not going to pick, as I said, where we're from, who we are, our color, creed. And we look at the conversation about climate change, sustainability, and how can a metaverse play a part in that? And in fact, I've got such an honor to talk to Marva, who is, of course, the CEO of Garden City Life. Marva, thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for marathoning through this. You're the CEO of an enterprise, a social enterprise that is looking to really put sustainability at the core of everything it does. And of course, you've combined education, support for startups. Please do introduce yourself and what made you join this mission, what made you want to start this, and importantly, why this purpose-driven company should be an example for all, because we all need to be thinking about purpose-driven companies.
Sure. I thank everyone here and like my apologies. I think it was yesterday was a wrong day of me waking up at 5 a.m. So I'll be 24 hours ongoing right now, in 30 minutes. How about, at the end of the day, it's such a great event and I'm really happy to be with everyone. And, I'll just do this for the Metavisionaries. That's it. No one else. So just about the Garden of Life. So it's the first hybrid educational park, which is bringing the world's largest and grandest energy innovation to life, empowered by all-women executive team and youth-led groups of 51 nationalities in the Middle East. So, some people will say, what is the Garden of Life? And in the Garden of Life, we are based in Dubai, and this is it will occur in 5 countries, of course, and I will take you step by step to that. And why did we do that? So in Dubai, it is the seed of life, and that's why we focus on alternative energies. Because Dubai is made of energy of people, and of course, people usually, and especially our leadership here, are concentrating in alternative energies and how to diversify the production of oil and gas. Now, number two, where are the different countries that the Garden of Life will occur? It will be in Bali, which will be more of a holistic approach, more of a spiritual approach because of all of the mass tourism that's happening. In Mozambique or in North Africa, let's say, more of a wildlife approach. In Iceland, more of a global warming approach. And in Brazil, a deforestation approach. And this all goes back to something that is, I'm sure everyone is familiar with the Fibonacci architect, which is a golden spiral of this era, which symbolizes balance, growth versus expansion. And this is what we're trying to do is creating platforms all over the world and implementing different types of strategies and solutions led by the youth and of course led by communities that will be reinvested in communities. So the balance we have between social impact and of course, the digital transformation, we need to find a balance between both. And I think we're all here right now to find that right balance. And with all of the changes happening, whether it's in the US, in Australia, in the Middle East, we're all here from a diverse culture, ethnicities, and in one platform right now talking about the problems. Why don't we do something about it? And that is the garden of life. So everything will improve in that type of aspect.
However, how do you see VR and AR playing a role in education and the metaverse at large? You heard a number of conversations, number of panel discussions today. Now that you've heard them and your own thoughts, how do you see it playing a big role in what you're trying to achieve, which is an incredible mission, by the way. It's going to take a lot of passion. It's going to take a lot of energy. But how do you see that playing a role?
See, of course, it all goes back to education, I think, and education and support when it comes to AI and the metaverse. See, when it comes to technology nowadays, we need to educate people how to use it and what's right and what's wrong, and what structure should we highlight on it. What we're doing right now is creating a bridge, a knowledge bridge, which is participation, representation, education, and innovation in the end of the day, and in regards of how can you make it simple for different types of industries to be part of us and to educate people. Having the Garden of Life right now, our first launch in the metaverse, of course, will be hopefully by 3 months or 4 months. And we have a couple of retailers, more than about 150 to 200 retailers who want to be part of it, but we're so worried to take a step into the digital world, into the metaverse. They were worried about the loss that they will gain. However, if they have a trusted partners, like ourselves and Metavisionaries working together, I think it will be an easy step for them, and it's an easy call for them to take that step because they want to explore, and that's the main thing. How can you create the comfort zone of individuals exploring this digital world?
Noor Musa, welcome. Of Desert Technologies. You heard what Marva just said. You heard what Bo said. And I guess one of the questions is, how do we trust it? As she said, there's a host of retailers who would like to join. And of course, me and Noor were recently in Saudi. We did a number of events on the metaverse. And also talked about what the Metavision was trying to achieve. Noor, what was your experience from those events and from what Mar was saying? And how do we alleviate some of those fears?
I can't hear him. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, Noor, can
I
you hear
can't
me?
hear anybody.
Can you hear me?
Right now, can you speak again, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So
So
what
I
Marva
missed the
just
last
said,
part.
that
I'm sorry.
yeah, the
I did
question
hear
was what Marva
Marwa
just
very well,
said, what
actually.
Bo just said.
Very inspiring.
There's a fear of being in the digital world. You and me were in Saudi, and we had a number of conversations about a metaverse. How do we alleviate some of those fears who people realize they have to go digital, that this is not an option? Just like I feel that space curricula is not an option. But how do you get past those barriers in your head that scare you and make you think, what are the problems we're going to face and how we're going to trust where we are? So, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Sure. I mean, you need to actually simplify it, right? So in a sense, it needs to become relevant of how people will interact, right? So is today, are we buying things online? The answer is yes. Can we have a more intense experience while shopping online? The answer is yes, and that can only be achieved in the metaverse, right? And once you actually start simplifying, those elements to people, people are not scared anymore of this metaverse, this black hole or this black box, right? They start to see the relevance of it. They start to see, wow, okay, so instead of actually us meeting on Teams, we're meeting in the metaverse, and that's exactly what we're doing today. I mean, the experience is nicer. It's more inclusive, intensive. Uh, you know, um, One can express his own character in all of this, right? Um, that's profoundly, is going to change the way we live.
I love that, Noura. I absolutely agree. For the metaverse is how we interact with the environment allows us. It is an expression of oneself, but with a global environment. Bo, going on what they've just said, Marwa and Noor, um, we talk about credentialing. We're talking about skills. We're talking about certificates. There's a conversation now that do you need to be skilled up, ready to work, or is it more, we need a certificate to prove that we went to university? How you did we you and me have talked about NFTs as credentialing. How do you see that shaping over the next decade? And should institutions be ready for utilizing that model where you're not judged on what you memorized and passed, but rather you're judged on the fact of what work did you actually do?
Yes, I think you're already starting to see this kind of take place in this Web3 environment. So, for instance, you're starting to see instances of DAOs, which are these decentralized autonomous organizations. And what's happening in these DAOs are you have people who are contributing in any way that they possibly can. No one really knows whether or not they have a college degree. No one really knows what level of education they have, but they're able to kind of contribute how they can, and they're given opportunities as a result of it. So you're starting to see movement towards that. But the other issue, which is kind of where I started to kind of go down this rabbit hole, was to pay attention to the fact that there are incredible education opportunities that are available, not in traditional settings, not in institutions. And how are we allowing people to show and demonstrate some of these experiences, some of these skills, some of these courses that they've taken that can help them level up or can help them try and find a good fit in terms of work opportunities. So really what it does, it allows for a little bit more, makes education more equitable, because now I can stack these NFTs that are, and I can get them from any kind of reputable kind of educational source. So it really seeks to kind of benefit everybody. So even someone who doesn't have access to education or can't afford it, they can have access to an education that allows them to have this NFT, which is a micro credential, which they can demonstrate, can kind of open up doors for them.
Marva, Bo talked about leveling up. He talked about education. He talked about equitability. Now, here's my question to you then. We know for a fact there's been conversations on gender pay gaps. We know there's conversations where 51% nearly of the economy, which is the female economy, has not always been allowed to participate. And it's been such a detriment to the whole planet. Do you think today, the flexibility that the metaverse could potentially supply for a mother with two kids who can't necessarily physically be at a 45-hour job? Uh, what's your thoughts on that in terms of the flexibility this gives, not just in terms of being able to connect with people around the world, but also for women around the world where they can use this and also, really interact and really participate because we know that they have so much potential.
See, of course, it makes sense. Like if I put it in a real-time scenario right now, it's 4:45 a.m., right? A Middle Eastern girl will not be allowed to go out and out about in an event at this time. It simplifies the whole aspect of being involved, let's say, and having that secure and more of a balanced um, more of a balanced how can I say it in that way, ecosystem. It's where individuals, whether it's female or male, can be in one platform, no gender, no limits, and people can be themselves. So I think it's an amazing thing, honestly. So the metaverse should be people should be educated about the metaverse before even joining into it. Like people how they should be educated in crypto before saying, oh, I lost all my investment, or this is a scam. So it all has an aspect, and I think putting the right curriculum and the right structure in that would find balance, and it will help women a lot, especially in this generation when women work, have a full-time job, housewives. It will have that balance of them not missing out, and I think it's a beneficial for them.
And in fact, I'll go one step further. I think it's not even missing out. I think you have so much to contribute. We had superstars today. Marva, we had you, we had Hilda, we had Tara, we had Dr. Rana, and we had all these amazing women who participated with the men. And Noor, going on what Marva said, potentially this is the great equalizer and can have major impact.
The impact is unimaginable, right? And you know, the aspect of actually having an equitable education and a universal education for all is really what I intend to live for, right? And seeing an interconnected world, whether it's privileged, less privileged, and this can only happen with the metaverse, right? So one of the dreams and the visions behind the metaverse is really to have an interconnected world. How do we do that? It all starts with the energy. We go down to the villages, we electrify them through our containerized solar generators. We connect the internet. Now we give them access to clean water. Now we have virtual education, whether in the metaverse or else, and universal health. And we're having an equitable world, an opportunity where in a space where we can share ideas, we can have conversations of a better world for a better world tomorrow, right? Equipping, the less fortunate with tools of tomorrow, equipping them of the skills that they need for tomorrow, and that's a dream, and that's a vision that is embraced by the Metavisionaries, and I'm really excited about that.
Thank you, Noor. I'm going to come to the final part of this. Bo, we've talked about space curricula, we've talked about credentialing, and Metavisionaries is also on a mission to bring not just space curricula, but to be able to physically touch the stars through all these fantastic opportunities we have. For example, a partnership with Ice Cubes, where you can build a space lab, you can have a space control center, and as a musician, you can send content into space, and you would have to learn artificial intelligence to be converted into another form. So interdisciplinary learning, the metaverse, don't you think they're just a great match in what's possible? And in fact, today was an example of how we had people from all around the world being able to do that.
Yeah, no, it's an incredible example, and we're starting to see research that shows that kind of being in these sort of immersive environments actually allows for students to be a little bit more engaged. And of course, that's kind of a key metric that you're trying to kind of think through. But back to your point, yeah, I mean, I think being able to work together with other people from different disciplines and being exposed to different disciplines, those things are just going to allow you to see things from a different perspective and be much more successful. You know, I was there's a whole argument in this book called Range, which kind of talks about the importance of kind of being a generalist, because the way that the world is, it's not this nice, neat, clean environment that we're in. We're constantly faced with different kind of crisis and problems to solve. And so because of that, we need to be exposed to a lot of different disciplines so that we can approach these problems creatively and successfully. And so, of course, I think all of this makes sense. And it coming back full circle, I think one of the cool things about Metavisionaries is that, of course, we want to be able to teach about these future technologies. We want to be able to teach about Web3. We want to be able to teach about NFTs. But the cool thing is we're actually reflective practitioners. We're actually doing it. We're not just talking about it. We're not just doing a static course, but we're actually kind of building in that world. And I think that's another kind of level of interdisciplinary as well.
That was a masterclass there. Noor, you heard what Bo said. I'd love some lasting words from you, and then I want Marwa to bring down the ceiling with the last words.
All I can say is we're all human, we're all equal, and we're all deserving.
Amazing, Marwa. You're all female team. You've heard what everybody said today. We've had people from the US. We've had people from Egypt. We've had music in Arabic. We've had it in English, and soon we'll even have it in Urdu. Marwa, you had this experience. What did you feel about this? And I'd love for you to tell everybody what to look out for with the work you're doing. And we're really looking forward to collaborating with you.
To be honest, we're excited, and you know, it's been I think almost 5 hours, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. It's amazing what I experienced. It's the first time of me entering, you know, any metaverse. It's amazing meeting amazing people like everyone here, people who came and left, amazing lectures, amazing, you know, information that are assets for us, and you know, for our youth, for our children, that we can benefit from. And I think you know, it's just starting. Let's say it's just starting. There's a long way ahead, and I think we found the right people together that we can make a positive social impact together. If we stick together and have a direct vision and mission that will support one another.
Marwa, thank you so much. Professor Brennan and Noor Musa, all of you have been superstars. Thank you so much for being part of this panel. Thank you so much for being part of this experience. And I look forward for many fantastic conversations. But most importantly, I look forward to us making impact and getting the job done.
Of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, everybody. So I want to thank everybody. Ihab, I'd love for you to come on stage. We've got one amazing final performance that will end this session. But I just wanted to say a couple of words. Firstly, I wanted to thank everybody who participated tonight. You were absolutely fantastic. The Meta Visionaries is about bringing visionaries and change makers globally together. And myself, Ehab, and Dr. Mohammed, one of our key things was to make sure that everybody was included. It didn't matter whether you're Arab, whether you're a US citizen, or wherever you are from the world. What could we potentially achieve by coming together? You had a great mind of Tim Green. You had the amazing Dr. Tara Rutley. You had the fantastical Dr. Rana. You had the inspirational Hilda. And by the way, Hilda's literally taking us out of the planet. And Marwa had you. And you talked with passion, and you talked with a lot of insight. We had people like Professor Bo Brennan. We had Noor. You know, we had some fantastic people. all over the stage. We listen to music in multiple languages. I want to thank the team. I want to thank Abdo. Abdo, you were absolutely phenomenal for putting all this together. This wouldn't have been possible without you. I want to thank Sharif. I want to thank Mariam, Shima, Bisma.
Thank
I
you
want
so
to
much,
thank.
Hussein.
No, you were absolutely incredible. And without this team, none of this would have been possible. And most importantly, I want to thank Aisha. Aisha, I don't know if you're still awake. I know it's late, super late, but Aisha is our creative director. She created our NFTs. She created our artwork. She's also someone who's passionate about AI. She's passionate about using algorithm for emotional mapping. Like the team we've put together here, I'm just honestly humbled. I'm blessed. Thank you so much. And everybody who's been part of this journey, you've been fantastic. Javita, you work day and night, non-stop. I don't think you slept. And I think those WhatsApp groups, there's like 600 of those. I wanted to personally thank you for everything you've done. And with that, I wanted to give it to you, Ihab, to close the remarks. And then we're going to have the amazing Heb Ghazi come on and finish off the session with a lovely finale.
Thank you, Wasim. Thank you very, very much. You are amazing. You said everything I wanted to say, and I wanted to thank everybody, and you just put everybody in space. Uh, the best people is people helping other people, and everybody here in this room is helping everybody in the world, not only some people. You're helping all the people, seeing new things in life. And if you can add value to life, don't stop people adding value to life. And you are a visionary, and nobody can stop you because this is your talent, this is your spirit, this is your love for the world, this is your affinity, and this is your reality. You thought that this is science fiction. It's happening today. We are living it. And this is 101. But the second version, Sharif has promised me that it's going to be better and better. So for now, this is only the beginning. And the work is going to be starting today. So don't think that this is only, we did something great. This is only the beginning. When I started the hospital, I thought that I finished the building, but it was the easiest part. The hard part, putting the people together and giving the courses and making people learn and develop and reach the world and reach the moon and reach the sun. No, I'm not the sun. Let's reach the Mars. So that's where we need to go. God bless you all. Thank you very much. I thanks all the supporter and everybody who made this happen. And I'm proud you brought me happiness to my heart. Thank you. I wish you all the best.
I'd like to invite Zuhair onto the stage to end this. As I was introduced to me by someone really special. Adil Malik has been the one who introduced me to Zahib. He's worked with me on other projects, and it's always last minute. I always get him last minute when I'm stuck, and he turns up and he delivers. Adil, thank you so much for everything you did, and the timing of your presence was perfect. Zahib, welcome to the stage. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Hi, Wasim. Thank you, everybody.
Zahib, come down. Come to the middle. All right.
Come more, come more. Yep.
And guys, we'll have one final
All right.
for all of us.
Hi,
No, it's been late, but we will.
Hey. So I think it's a great idea to bring everybody and we will have a selfie together. So this is like an avatar getting together. What about that, guys? Can you just everybody sit beside each other? And yeah, and face Earth. Let's face. Yes, yeah, you're right. You're right. This is space knowledge. So
guys, let's face everybody face the Earth, so we're all in one direction. So let's all turn around. Let's
because we're
stand
in
next to
space,
each other.
we cannot see, we cannot know where we are. So facing
There we
Earth
go.
is the best way to do it.
There we go.
All right. You did not listen to the sessions. You have to learn. Okay.
Three,
Who's
2,
gonna
1. Say cheese.
All right.
Cheese.
Hey.
I took it. Great
Bravo,
picture.
guys. Bravo.
Thank you,
well
everyone.
done.
Zohaib is going to finally end the session. Zohaib, go for it.
Great. Um, First of all, thank you, everybody. It was incredible. I think it was an incredible session. A lot of learnings, a lot of insight. It's incredible to share the stage with you. But I just thought I'll share a little story. I mean, I was once snorkeling in a small Thailand island, and my snorkel broke. And what happened was that the seawater went inside me. And I mean, suddenly everything was chaos, and I was in a panic mode. And I just didn't know what to do. I was drowning. I kept drowning for a few moments until I decided I'm not going to do anything, and I let the water do whatever it wants to do. So I just went with the flow, and after a few seconds, water was not doing me any harm. My panic was. So the lesson that I learned from this messaging was that I mean, whatever technology there's going to be, we should always be aware of our instincts, and that's something that I took from that incident. So metaverse and education is a great idea, and I believe it will do great things. It will throw its own set of difficulties and will give us all its fair share of challenges. But in moments of tough times, we'll just need to sit back and let the moment pass, and we'll see the shore. So I feel strongly about meta eduversity. So yeah, I mean, the two songs that I'm performing, they represent my land, Pakistan, and they represent in the sound, the depth, and the color of my country, Pakistan. So, Abdo, you can hit it.
Yeah.
जी मरे ने बोलान जी मरे दिए Adia piringa kamasha pariendo kuning hulasi maizil chulasi ai kabo ki pir do pasiye kiep kariyonu jirumaki shenalo lare mati bondi shaira sapara jirumaki shenalo lare jirumaki shenalo lare mati bondi shaira sapara mati bondi shaira sapara boli ful kare mangoli ful kare boli gir kare sethe shir kare boli ful kare mangoli ful kare boli gir kare sethe shir kare अरे शायरा पारेनो जैरी तमानुन सालना मौसम खुरासाना कान चिक्का गोरी छट पाव जोरेने अतम लकिया हंति पाव तोरेने अला भाग्या पट्टी पाव जोड़ेने होली हुल करे मंगुली हुल करे फुल्ले गिर करे सेठे शिर करे Jiromakhi shena lolare, mati bhundi sher sapare. Jiromakhi shena lolare, mati bhundi sher sapare. Holi hul kare manguli pul kare, phule gir kare sete shir kare. Jiromakhi shena lolare, mati bhundi sher sapare. Holi hul kare manguli pul kare, phule gir kare sete shir kare. Holi hul kare manguli pul kare, phule gir kare sete shir kare. जी मरे ने खुरासान जी मरे ने खैरात ये ना शकरिया बोलान की खैरात अड़े पीरिंगा कमाशाक मतल कशानो पारेनो हवे बायसफ सालम राजसफ पिफ सुवसफ बहवे बागे आगे के ख्यालियो सुत्तु सुब्बा रंग जिक्सालियो अला खर्राई अट्टुपा बियरे ने कोली उल करे मंगुली फुल करे फुल्ले गिर करे शेर शिर जिरुमाखी शेन लुलाड़े जिरुमाखी शेन लुलाड़े मति भुंडी शेर सपारे मति भुंडी शेर सपारे होली हुल करे मंगुली फुल करे फुले गिर करे सेठे शिर करे होली हुल करे मंगुली फुल करे फुले गिर करे सेठे शिर करे जी ओ ناني كيف كرينون شكر الحمد لله بعض شوكو غوري جسيه دزان ديني بايك الله پرديننا کرو باو پيرنگا کماشاتا گفته پايه کريه نشتا فلان پراسانا الپنني روح باو دزانا تبو توبا يخا بولانا هولي هول کرے منگولي هول کرے هولے گر کرے سيتي गिर
Thank you so much. It was a associate producer with Coke Studio, and we're really looking forward to working with him and all the other wonderful talent. Abdul, thank you so much. Yes. The mic. Good night, everybody. Take care. Get some sleep. We'll be back again soon.
Yeah.
But it fries your brain, no? It fries your brain.
Hello, we need some food now.
Yeah, we need some pizza, like you said.
Yeah. Hey, Wasim, send some pizzas over.
He's gonna leave. I think he already left.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, everyone, take care. Good night. Thank you, Abdul. It was a pleasure working with you. Let's get some sleep now.
Me too, Mariam. See you later.
Bye, Javita. Catch you later.